default setup for it to work. In fact, they're barely in a position where the CTs are out of utility, so not a whole lot of opportunities for 9.
I was actually expecting something a little bit quicker this round from 9. Considering the buy that they're on, I thought they'd maybe change the tempo a little bit, send in those pistols. Theme of just very, very slow default being picked apart one by one. And so far led to nothing. 30 seconds on this clock, about to breach into the B side of things, but Hampus in a good position and a well-timed incendiary. That makes matters so much harder. There's no smoke to extinguish it either.
Oh, it should be a bloodbath as they walk into the bomb site. Not enough HP on K either to try and even get a consolation kill. I mean, they do get Cypher off the server, sure, but this is definitely nothing to write books about, right? 6-0, too comfortable for Bleed at the moment, and 9 probably scratching their heads right now. They're halfway through the first half with nothing to show for it.
Well, here we go, finally. Some weight behind their buy once again. 4 AKs, an AWP on MHL. All the bells and whistles. Tomiko, the man who went for the hero AK in the last, is slightly lacking on util, but not going to be anything to be too concerned about just yet. Yeah, good stuff. Really good stuff from Bleed. Just again, not getting impatient, right? It can be very, very tempting early round, and especially when it gets to like 20, 30 seconds on the clock, to sort of try and poke for information. When you don't know where they are, when things have been dead silent, to get a little bit greedy, a little bit over-aggressive, peek into B main, and end up getting overwhelmed. But Hampus doesn't do that. Stays on the site, perfectly timed incendiary, runs the clock down to 10 seconds, and yeah, then they're just kind of forced into this horrible situation where they have no control. They're just throwing themselves at a bomb site one by one, straight into the blender. Here, a little more presence towards mid and canals. Launix playing a very passive approach to this mid control. Faven's got a very advanced position here on A as well. He could be in for a bit of a nasty surprise.
When he has to back off because of the molly, instantly dissuaded from doing anything aggressive. Now, he was previously in a position to immediately be able to start pushing in if they start showing attention on connector, but 9, once again, seems to be the case that they're going to play a very slow style. And it's unfortunate because Bleed, it really doesn't feel like they feel pressured at all. They feel comfortable just playing super, super static. One of the things that they could exploit is maybe having something like an A middle split. And that is very doable if they can simply smoke out Law and X. And that's exactly what they're going to start to do. There it is. Oh, no. Missed shot, but Minio can still get it. A player still trying to hold down the line. Cirque eventually neutralized by the AK of K. Bomb finally planted. I think this might be one of the first few rounds where we actually see them stand a chance. Oh, no. Law and X, he's stealing any probabilities away.
Oh,
Cypher granted enough space, and oh my goodness, I don't think Bambosh can really do much, and he simply can't control the spray for the second headshot to connect. I cannot believe that Bleed fight back into this round.
Yeah, that felt impossible to get back into. I mean, Bambosh has had a good crack at that 3v1. Let's give him some credit there, but yeah, that was just so disjointed, right? They had the man advantage, they had the bomb site, felt like they had it on lock, but they weren't covering each other. They didn't have those crossfires in place. As soon as Launix managed to find that kill into heaven and sort of slip his way through, everything fell apart off the back of it. Cypher was able to aggress on the right-hand side, and we saw many individual duels, and we know which way they always lean. Bleed right now, yeah, just not even really breaking a sweat. I mean, that last round was probably the first time that we've really seen them break a sweat in one so far this map. Launix, beautiful. Oh, it's just so crisp. And he's even going to stick around as well. I thought after that first kill he'd give up that control and fall back, but he just resonates confidence right now.
Oh, I'm not sure if that confidence was worth... Oh no, what is going on, Cypher? I think he misjudged how close that molly was to his feet. Switches over to the AWP, makes a lot of sense. But that confidence from LawNX might actually cost them quite a bit of control. Now, getting ready to move into the B bomb site, Tomiko. Just waiting for that smoke to expire and for AMHL to get ready with the smoke and flashes. Doesn't have flashes, actually. Just one, maybe? Yeah, he does.
Well, that smoke's going to give them safe passage out of connector. The incendiary comes a tad late. Tomiko right on the angle. MHL's going to find another elsewhere and a two-man advantage. But Cirque's still towards the back of the site, and I don't think they're aware of it. They try and tap in this bomb.
No.
No, the spam's just off. He'll give up his spot. Needs two here, and it's not going to happen. Favor left all on his lonesome. A 1v3. Doesn't want anything to do with it, so we will back off. And yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, we'd be commending Launix if, when he peaked mid that second time, if he found the kill, we'd be saying, this guy's sick. But yeah, when he gets a little bit scrappy and misses that second fight, we're sat there thinking, maybe that was a tad foolish. Maybe that was a tad over-aggressive. After taking that man advantage, he definitely could have reeled that in a little bit.
Honestly, though, I kind of understand where that kind of confidence comes from, right? Like, if you're winning 7-0, you sort of understand that to continue to keep the pressure, you can't just keep playing static. You need to start to throw some bells and whistles into the mix. And if that comes in the form of aggression on mid, I totally understand.
Yeah.
And it was still a 1-for-1 as far as LawNX's individual performance within the round is concerned, so I don't think I have too many complaints about that. But 9, being able to finally have that first round on the board, maybe a resurgence of confidence for them as well. Just a solo A player to hold down the line. You're not going to be seeing any pushes come from A this time around. Now, Bleed have offered some conditioning, so 9 are going to be watching for that A push. But they've been able to put their players into middle where they can quickly rotate in through both B and A. You need to start watching out for B main though, Josh.
Yeah, it's one of the big luxuries of playing the CT side here on Anubis. Oh, they've left Cypher a little high and dry on the B bomb site though. Whilst he will go 1-for-1, it is going to be a retake. I'm not even sure if it's a retake that they'll go for. No, they call it off. They look at the money and say, we have not got a whole lot of it, boys. This might be time to fall back, hold on to these weapons, bring them into the next. That's unfortunate, though. We were literally just talking about how stacking up 2 players in mid gives you that versatility of being able to go for those fast rotations, more so towards the A-bomb site than B. But yeah, 9 respond to that with just something a little bit quicker towards that B site. And Cypher left by himself, no opportunity at a trade. He had no support from any teammates. And yeah, as soon as he falls, C4 goes down and Bleed call it off.
And this is actually a pretty solid opportunity for 9 to get back in the game, because if they end up winning this round, that puts the average money of Bleed down to $4,400. And that's still enough to buy maybe M4s, but then you're suddenly playing against a much weaker Bleed who doesn't have all the bells and whistles. They can't play all those late round setups that they were previously finding success on. They're simply not going to have all the mollies and stuff required for it. Little boost over towards middle. Should be allowing LawNX to maybe get away with a freebie. No! Tomiko is a little too fast for him. And in the meantime, K has already snuck through the smoke. They should be getting middle control, no problem whatsoever. Cypher, he's going to have players coming his way soon. But that might not be what's on the agenda for 9. They've left the bomb all the way back, slow poking through connector, middle control established. And now Bleed realize that they need to find some information. Pushing through B main, Hampus just that USP is inching forward. K watching for it though. K knows exactly what's up. He's expecting the informational play with a little bit of help from Metshot. It shouldn't be too hard of a round for 9. Cypher and Cirque still alive though, so a chance maybe for the solitary player on the bomb side to at least make it a 1v3 or a 1v2.
It's actually a good read here from 9. I was kind of expecting when they killed the 2 B aggressors and they spotted Cirque on the site that they would be funneled into A. And that's just not the case. Yeah, they've read this well. They've understood that Cirque was going to be rotating. So they will be walking into a free bomb site. Again, I think it's just going to be a safe call here. It's a bit of a shame. Like, Cypher aggressed early and mid with Launix, but as soon as he died, whilst he was able to pick up that rifle, he's got no Kevlar behind it, so he can't really take any of those fair firefights, right? He's got to put himself on a bit of an off angle. He's got to be the one to pull the trigger first. Actually, MHL's in hot pursuit. He might not let him get away with this. In heaven, timing, ooh, pretty perfect, but Cirque still wins the fight. There's no way he gets out of this alive. He's done here. Yeah. He takes another to the grave with him, makes it nice and expensive, but yeah, it's a third on the board for 9, and whilst it seems a little late, they're closing this gap, and if they can make this a 7-5 half, then it's absolutely nothing to grumble at. Moving into the 11th. Much of the same here for 9.
Yeah, they haven't really switched up their game plan. What has changed, however, is how much success they've found in duels. And they've also been a little bit more cautious, like we saw that previous round from Tomiko, where he's anticipating that metal boost. Minio, though, getting Explorator all by himself. He's going to chill out for a bit. Knows that he doesn't really need to press the issue all by himself. And it's a little scary for Bleed that they start off 6-0, 7-0. But we're very well going to be seeing a position where 9 could potentially make it a relatively respectable half. I mean, even if they get 5 rounds on the T side, it's not the worst in the world.
Well, a good setup here on this A site. Felt like we were going to see an execution from 9, but look at this. Minio's found the space on B. He's walked right up connector, realized that the defense have completely over-rotated. The bomb's worked its way all the way through, and it's going to be a free plant. I don't think they're expecting this at all. And 5v5 retake on a 4-buy round, not something you see every day.
It's such a thin timing, right? Still going to be a retake, though. They know they've got 5 players alive. K, great opener. And Hampus, he was the B main push. He was the one that called the shots for the rotate, and they're going to start raining bullets down on them. Bambosh being the only one, but he is not even near the party. Not even given valet services. He's told to park outside. What a retake by Bleed, but man, Hampus pushing in and finding nobody in B main. I'm sure they don't expect a full connector play from 9.
Yeah, absolutely not. And it's weird. It's kind of a blessing in disguise, right? It's a thin timing of Hampus aggressing B and 9 sort of all funneling through connector. But at the same time, it puts him in such a powerful position on that retake. He finds himself 3 kills there, and he didn't even really have to lift a finger to kill any of them, right? They had their backs turned. It was all just down to positioning and timing. And it is going to be an 8th for Bleed, so a very good half regardless. But if they can take this final, then that would be absolutely brilliant. Launix rotating all the way around. Try and support Faven here on the A side of things. Minio. Take a bit of leg room in mid. Timing important, but my god, is he crisp.
Oh, it was actually MHL behind him that ended up getting the kill, but Bambosh now looking to find something in the A bomb site. Cirque, I think Tomiko's going to be in hot pursuit, might want to chase him down, but Cirque is too quick, expecting the ninja through the smoke. And it comes down to the 2-on-4 with Cirque hanging on by a thread in this dimension. Bambosh knows that he's got to creep forward, got to carve out a solitary duel, make the numbers a little bit more favorable, and his first victim is going to be Law and X. But I don't think he's expecting the player in heaven, shot to the back of the head, and Faven certainly brings it to a much more palatable place for Bleed. We still have to go for the retake, don't get me wrong, but Minio, he's got some work to do. Opera's first on the menu, and he's down, but he was the lowest member of the team. And they have a rough idea of his position. However, enough time has elapsed that he can reposition all the way, waiting in connector. They're not going to expect it. Minio, he just needs to find the one, and it's going to be so hard for Faven to try and bait him out. Has only tapped the bomb. Minio's playing this to perfection. Minio is not phased, and now he knows that it's going to be the full stick. Faven has gotten off the bomb, and Minio might have done all that he needed, but is there enough time for the defuse? No, there isn't. What a clutch from Minio with 22 points of health.
That is so sick. The second that he takes that first duel, right, with Cirque, you said, they know his position now, right? But he was so fast on his feet. Look, finds his kill, this is just like a freebie. But within seconds, he says, I need to move. I know that they're going to be anticipating me on the site. I need to try and isolate these duels before they're able to regroup and coordinate this. And he does exactly that. It's absolutely perfect. The way that he baits out that final situation as well in the 1 versus 1, uses the bomb to his advantage, and just does not aggress. Now on the T side of things, Cypher. He's a man that I'm excited to see. Been picking up a real entry role since moving over to this Bleed roster. He was having some poor stats on TSM. I think everyone was sort of really disappointed with him on that TSM roster, and I really just think it came down to circumstance, to the roles he was forced to play. Here on Bleed, he's been able to take a much more aggressive, much more initiative-based role, and he really thrives on the T side. So we'll see if he can put that into action today. 8-4 or a good half, but a pistol round would be the cherry on the cake. Bambosh, he's got a lot to find here, and he won't take any.
Full control of the bomb site. 9. Because they've been able to have Cypher all the way in the back lines of A, they realize that they don't even actually have to instantly go for the plant or anything. No, they're going to take their sweet time. Bomb now starts to go down. And this is really good work being done by Bleed.
Yeah, really good. Really smart. Just Cypher taking all of that space. It's so weird as well that he had such an advanced position throughout the entirety of this round, maybe. I speak too soon. A couple of really nice shots from Tomiko.
So little HP.
Palatable. He's doing further damage as well, but that's an important kill from Faven.
Yeah, for sure. There's simply too little HP for them to make mistakes. There were what? All of them were under 50 HP, so a couple bullets from the USB in the right spots could have put them down, but they've done a good job at securing the pistol round. Like, we saw how good their positions were on the B side. Hampus had gone all the way through. He cleared Ninja, and then they come all the way back. They take the A side because Cypher has a finger on the pulse on the other side of the map. It is going to be the MP9s being brought out by 9, however, who want to immediately turn the tides before he gets to double digits. But it is a little scary, because Bleed could almost certainly be guaranteed an 11th if they can make this one clean. Couple MAC-10s in the hands of Cypher and Hampus. Galils across the board otherwise. Slow start to the round, no quick engagements, except the util that was afforded. K drops out of the sky as he tries to find something through the smoke.
It's a force play here for 9 as well, so they're quite committed into this. They lose this round, Bleed not only take 10, but a likely 11th. Oh, felt like Tomiko had the timing, but Hampus has definitely seen him still. Plays the 50-50. and rolls up wrong. That's an important kill for Nine. And a third SMG retrieved just gives them a little more biting power. Bleed under a bit of pressure here.
Actually, a bit of a deeper smoke allows him to get more advanced positions as well. And Cypher's skill there, super important. Now he's got good control of heaven. Re-smoke further disincentivizes Nine from even being allowed to get into the site. And you know what? I wouldn't even be surprised if these MP9s go away. No, they want to continue the fight, but Lawnex, his Galil, will dish out some good pain. MHL getting ready to try and go for the clutch, but Cirque will keep things clean. And that is a 10th, potentially an 11th, for Bleed.
Lawnex getting both there's just the final nail in the coffin, really. I thought he was going to go 1 for 1. Stray bullet, lines up, and things end up being fairly clean. Bleed managed to get away with that round. It wasn't as comfortable as some of the others we've seen here so far this map, but they get it over the line. Back into the buy again. 3 AKs, a Mac-10, a Galil. Up against an Eco here, so shouldn't be too much of a challenge. And Hampus wants to be the first man in with the Mac-10. Try and do the damage, try and farm the cash. Head spotted over the top, but it does a lot of damage onto him. You need to be careful, my friend, and that's exactly why Tomoko's taken 2. Oh my god, what is happening?
Cypher. Very careful, not wanting to fall victim to somebody pushing through the smoke. Lawnex running into a deagle. Some space granted, but we'll still be playing things slow. Now, problem is, this isn't a 3v2. As tiny as K's amount of HP is, he's still well and alive, and Bambosh does a good shot with a 5-7 to further damage Bleed. I think I might have spoken a little too soon when I said this could potentially be the 11th. Bait out with the bomb plan, but now they're circling around him like sharks, and he needs to get out of the waters very soon, but he simply gets gobbled up by Tomoko. 5th round for 9, and this could be their way to get back into the game, especially with the money being as bad as it is.
It's just unbelievable from Tomoko, and you weren't even being brash when you said it should be the 11th round for Bleed. They were up against an Eco. Tomoko, when he got aggressive, when he got the timing there onto Hampus, I thought it was going to be one and done, right? I didn't see a world where he actually transferred and found the AK as well. Let alone to pick it up, to aggress further. He just took matters into his own hands. You could see him sort of see red. He was in the element, and he knew he had to make a hero play, and he absolutely did. A 4K, a massive time for it to deny Bleed from getting scarily close to the finish. And now they've got some wind in their sails. They've broken this Bleed economy. The gap closes. And another good start to the round to try and make this a 6th.
Wouldn't be too surprised if 9 are looking completely different on the CT side. It is their map pick after all. But 9 have most of their attention towards the A bomb site, and they'd be right in that thinking because the bomb is slowly starting to make its way there. The only player not being present for the party is, I believe, going to be Hampus. He's just making sure that there's nobody going to be pushing in from the back lines. Anti-flash. No. Just a slow progression into A. And they've spent enough time where the players have started to rotate over, but it's not enough time for them to have rotated over. Good shot from Lawnex. The CT's now starting to pour into the bomb site, but they're comfortable with taking individual duels, and that's going to cost them 1 for 1. CTs, unfortunately for Bleed, they are going to end up winning out most of their duels. Kind of looked doable for a second, though. I mean, with Lawnex and Cypher getting the first couple of kills, I really did think that they had too much control of the bomb site for the CTs to immediately be able to sort of break back into it.
Yeah, we sort of went on board with the AKs on the entry there, and it felt like they had some real space. The issue is you forget that their teammates had those pistols, and they weren't able to get far enough onto that site to retrieve the rifles that they dropped. So as soon as that rotation came in, things did start to fall apart. Full eco here for Bleed. Prime opportunity for a 7th to go on the board for 9. I don't see Bleed giving their opponents a taste of their own medicine. And it is just going to be a clean-up. Yeah, no trouble at all. MHL even going Batman mode. Full confidence as he drops down with the P250. And 10-7. This is anyone's game.
It looks a lot closer now than what we thought it would, and I think that's a little bit of that arrow magic.
Yeah.
Trust camel. Hashtag trust camel. Hashtag camel we trust.
I cannot believe. Who did you convince to get the camel, man? They're like, okay.
I mean, due to legal reasons, I can't talk about this. I had to do some work in the back lines, okay?
Okay, I respect the hustle.
Oh, Cypher knows. Cypher knows that a player slipped under him, and I think he's just waiting for a second player to come in as well. No, K certainly loses his life there. There's no way that K doesn't die in this instant. There it is. Cypher, freebie for him. And a molly is going to be deployed by the remaining A player, Tomiko, because he wants to try and buy some time before they move in, but that is such a bot spray that he even gets punished for in the form of a headshot. Still alive, though, and I think that presence is what's going to matter. I don't think they even realize that they've gotten him down to just 4 points of health. MHL, missed shot with the AWP, and he does try to aggress once more.
Not sure what Cypher spotted in the early aggression from Key, but it's put him in such
what a
good
position from Tomiko!
But Tomiko again, oh no!
That is so damn good from Tomiko. Just plays off the back of the headshot angle, unpeaks as soon as the flashes come in because he can still avoid them by a tiny margin. 15 seconds to go. MHL is down. Cypher, he's got the bomb and he's going all the way back. They're probably thinking that this bomb could go anywhere. But the remaining member, Bambosh, he knows that the bomb wasn't in the player that killed his teammate. He is going to be able to find the kill, and he's instantly going to go for the stick. They're simply not... He's taking too long to find the bomb. There's not enough time for the rotate. Bambosh knows that this is as easy of a defuse as it comes, expecting Hampus to not be there quick enough. And what a chaotic round. That is such good information delivery, the communication to quickly communicate the fact that the bomb was not present on the player that got that second last kill. Instant rotation, brings it down to the 1v1 and gets it done.
Stroke of luck on Bambosh's side there for sure.
Headshot too.
Yeah, just to keep the percentages nice and high. But yeah, gorgeous angle from Tomiko, recovers the disadvantage. I'm actually not sure what Cypher saw there when Key was aggressing. I'm not sure if he saw a barrel or he heard something, but yeah, was absolutely aware of his position. Bambosh, let's take a bit of initiative here. Press in with support from the AWP, take some space, get some information. Niner once again finally feeling confident, and that's a big kill. Minio will even follow up with another.
Oh, he's gonna go big here. He's got players coming his way. Spray control is outstanding. Lonix being the only member that slips past the gauntlet of bullets. But even with the recovered AK, he cannot put down Tomiko. Niner inches away from taking this game now, man. Bleed, they're obviously, because they keep getting that full loss bonus, your money's gonna be fine, but dude, they have looked so lost on this T side.
Yeah, they actually really have. And I don't think you can sort of put too much blame on them. We were talking in the pregame about the fact that, like, whatever maps we end up on are probably going to be slightly unknowns for the opposing side. Yeah, obviously. Ooh, that's a nice shot from Marnix. But yeah, as I was going to say, it's much easier when you're playing a map that you haven't put too many practice hours into. It's much easier to have a cohesive CT side than it is to have a good attack, right? It requires a lot more coordination to actually sort of make some of these executions work. Big entry in this one, though. Could be a ticket onto 11s. Still patient. The timing's impeccable. Lucky for them, Minio's not actually going to aggress any further. He could have had a real dangerous flank in this one had he have gone for it.
The players coming through middle are so important right now. Oh my goodness, this is going to be such a chaotic fight. They know that players are right around the corner. They've heard the water, they've heard the splash, and here it comes, even through the smoke. 1 for 1, Cypher and Longs, each getting a kill apiece. MHL, he needs to try and survive, even through the flashbang, pulls out the P2, but he can only find a singular kill. Minio getting ready for the clutch now. He's got enough in the bank to try and go for it, and he knows that some of the players might be low. Cirque and Lonx only a singular bullet away from death, as long as he can find the heads. Already crept into heaven. Don't think anybody expects that just yet. Faven could be easy pickings for the man, but he's lacking so much info as well. There it is. That's the first headshot. Fortunately, a low flare. Faven sprays good, and Minio will fall. Bleed. They might be back in the game.
That's an important round to pick up. Got incredibly chaotic towards main there at the start, but dealt with nicely. It's actually a real shame that MHL's on that AWP, especially while they were burning in the molly. If he had a rifle there, I think that could have been a very different story. But 11-9, Bleed inch closer to the finish line. It won't be a breeze from here, though. 9 have still got plenty of cash in the bank, so it'll be rifles once again. If they lose this round, then we can have a conversation about the money, but for now, it's breezy. Quick little timeout before getting underway with round number 21. There's a lot to talk about. That was far from perfect for Bleed. And they've lost that margin for error, right? When you're massively ahead, you can afford to just steam in round by round and sort of throw things at the wall, see if it sticks. Now it has to be pretty perfect Counter-Strike, otherwise they face the prospect of losing this map.
Good collection from Tomiko. Unfortunately, Faven knows exactly where MHL is. Tries to beat the smoke, and should the spray connect, MHL would fall. And Nade simply can't chase him in time, and MHL is cheating death. Still wants to stick around for the party, though. But in this chaos, Bleed have gotten quite a bit of space. They are sprawling all over middle. They've got full B main control. They have water control. The only real thing that could be tricky for them to wrap their heads around is Bambosh being in this connector spot, because they're going to have to hard clear him if they decide to go for that B push. I think it's becoming increasingly apparent that it might be an eventual B site presence. Nade is going to signal the position of the connector player. Minio, he has such good utility presence to stop this. Molotov is going to completely demolish any chances of beating it. And Hampus' kill, a lot is going to hinge on it. Good headshot from Bambosh. He needs to still complete the kill. Oh, there it is. Now they're going to get onto the site, though.
Good stuff again. That's a brilliant nade, though. That
oh, no.
Do exactly that. There's 10 seconds left.
MHL's
and as
position.
Lamix retrieves it, MHL's going to be in position to deny it for the second time.
No.
Oh, disaster struck. And a round that was looking rock solid for Bleed has fallen apart at the seams, and 9 keep the dream alive. That is ridiculous. A Bleed are left scratching their heads here, right? I don't know what they do about this. They take another pause. They're sat there trying to work out the money. They're saying, Cypher hasn't got a lot behind him. If he saves 550, yeah, he can buy into the next. If they keep around the $1,000 mark, then there's still going to be a bit of cash flow to work with in the 23rd. But that was a round they really needed to win. It would have put it 12-9. They would have had the economic advantage.
Oh my goodness.
Almost had a chance to pull the trigger there. Oh, wow.
Good pre-fire from Minio, just spamming through the smoke, and it's actually quite well placed. Nine is making it so hard for Bleed to get those final 2 rounds that they desire. I think K's expected here. Triple peek into him. Bleed are doing some good work here on middle. They've also managed to get Minio off the server. Pambosh and MHL, they're going to have to try and get this retake done. They know that there might still be a player lurking around middle, but the crux of the action should be around A, where the bomb is already planted. Now, I'm not even sure if Nine really want to commit to this. The money's not looking all that great, and you don't want to be out of economy in the last round. Ooh, good shot.
MHL says, hold my beer. Not interested in saving. A 1v3 becomes 2. And Faven's low on health. MHL doesn't have a lot of time, though. So many angles to clear. Incendiary's going to be good. Might actually isolate these two. And as he taps the bomb, he's just going to hold it. Finds the first, and Faven can't aggress. He's going to try and run through the flames. Comes off the bomb, but is he back on it in time? It's beeping so fast. I don't think he's got this. But my God, was that one hell of an attempt from MHL. Bleed make it 12, but by an inch.
That was such a good retake attempt by MHL. Just a fraction of a second faster on the duels. Or if he had information that Faven simply doesn't have enough HP to run through the Molotov comfortably, I think he might have just stuck it all together.
Yeah, the issue was is Faven did have just about enough, I think.
Yeah, because the Molotov was fading, I believe.
Yeah, thin margins. That is ridiculous. Couple of little micro plays at the start of that round, though, going awry. Minio from the smoke spams on B. When he actually rotated into mid, he hadn't reloaded. That's why he found one and then died in that second fight. He only started the duel with 10 bullets in the clip. Found that first, but yeah, wasn't able to take that second fight. And now with map point on their own pick, Nine are on a very, very awkward investment. 3 pistols, an M4 and MP9. They're no strangers to getting around like this done. We saw Tomiko with an absolutely heroic play. With a 4K on the 5.7 just earlier on in this map. Can lightning strike twice?
There have been so many instances of individual brilliance from Nine that I'm very surprised that they're still on the losing end of this. Good shot from Favin. Unsuccessful in the next spray down, so it is still a 1-for-1 piece, but not bad. K, however, playing close with the 5.7. He could go absolutely mental here. There's the one, unfortunately not the second. And Tomiko, he's the man you were talking about earlier. First shot, tries to go for 2 on the first. Little does he know he's already hit the first shot. Hampus puts down Minio. And Bambosh has to try and do what MHL could, and unfortunately can't, and Bleed are going to take it 13-10. But man, did Nine make it hard.
Yeah, that was more from Nine than I was expecting. I'll be honest, I didn't want to sound sort of doom and gloom. It was their map pick, so it seems harsh to sort of count them out of it, but especially considering they went 7-0 down. That was some impressive stuff from Nine. They gave us some moments of individual brilliance, as you were saying before. And yeah, I think there was a couple of major swing rounds there where if tiny timings, especially on like bomb diffusers and things like that, went the other way, then we could have seen a very different result.
Absolutely. There was no shortage of outstanding plays from 9. Unfortunately, they simply didn't leave enough of a margin for themselves to actually try and come back in the game. So many tiny little plays we saw that went fantastically for them. You know, we saw that clutch from Minio. That was marvelous. The fact that he was able to do it with, what, like 20 points of health, and his movement there was looking impeccable. MHL's clutch looked outstanding. I mean, if he had gotten it. But, you know what? I'm not surprised that Arrow chose 9 as the winner, right? And I still wouldn't be surprised if they can close out this series. They are down a map, but there's still a long way to go. Stay tuned. We'll be right back as we go up against, as we watch Mirage unfold in just a few minutes.
search is over. It's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the second map of Bleed versus 9. It was a very hard-fought defeat for 9, but I do think they can turn things around in map number 2.
I think so as well. Firstly, to keep Arrow the Camel's prediction alive, right? But also just the fact that, yeah, we were talking before we went to the break about just those thin margins, right? There were so many rounds that 9 were just desperately close. And some really important swing rounds as well that really shifted the economy and could have very, very easily changed the outcome of that game. I think, to be honest, overall, they just dropped too many rounds at the start of that T side. I think that was like the biggest issue, right? If they don't go 7-0 down, if they keep things remotely competitive in the first 6 or 7 rounds of that game, then I think they take that one their way. But it just felt like they were chasing their tails. It felt like they were just sort of on that back foot, trying to claw it back for a little too long. And right at the end, they ran out of steam and they ran out of money. But yeah, individual brilliance. Obviously, MHL 24 and 14. He had a monster performance. Cirque was fantastic on that AWP, nice and consistent as well. We didn't see him miss too many shots. But yeah, MHL was really that superstar highlight for me. Couple of amazing rounds from Tomiko as well, worth noting.
And, you know, on 9's side, it might look like Minio didn't have a lot of kills. And, you know, he didn't really have that much of an impact on the rest of the game. But he did have an outstanding clutch that kept them in the game for a lot longer. Now, here's the big question mark for me in the next game. Despite Bleed's fantastic performance in this map, you have to keep in mind that it was hinging a lot on Cirque being able to deliver in crucial and key moments. Problem is, if you look at their history on Mirage, I know they've only played a couple of maps, but Cirque's AWP has kind of been a sticking point for them. He's not really been able to lead the charge as you would expect from an AWP player. Now, granted, I know that the standard for how many kills an AWP player needs to get has quite changed because you can't buy as many ops, there aren't as many rounds, this and that. But still, I think you don't want that to be a sticking point for Cirque, especially when you're playing on Mirage. The amount of damage you can do with that AWP moving around the map is just nuts, and it remains nuts in CS2, right? So I really want to see Cirque step up on Mirage. I want to see how he can improve game by game as they start playing more and more of these maps. And, you know, I'm not really going to go too much into historical analysis, obviously, because, you know, Bleed is a new roster. Cirque has very recently started playing and all that. But we do need to see upticks in performance as time progresses.
Absolutely, yeah. But for everything you say about the AWP potential on Cirque here on Mirage, you got to apply that same thing to MHL, right? And you got to remember the fact that they're going to be starting off on the CT side. MHL fired up after a 24-kill game that they lost, by the way. Going into Mirage, it's a bit of an AWPer's playground. Starting off on that CT side, he can be a very, very versatile AWPer, and he's got lots of positions that he can play to really put it to good use. So I think he could come out of the gates really, really hot here, especially if 9 are able to sort of take the pistol round and take control of that economy early on. If he can get that sniper out quickly, then I think that he could be a real force to be reckoned with. But we'll just have to wait and see, right? I think we had like high expectations for a competitive start to Anubis, and that just didn't end up being the case. And we didn't see anyone really shine from 9 until like round number 8, round number 9, when they finally started to get hold of their economy a little bit.
Yeah, and I think we don't want that to be the theme of the next game, right? We don't want it to be a game where, you know, they're just fighting back infinitely because they've lost like 7, 8 rounds in a row, right? It's simply too hard to come back from that, and I think that problem gets doubly worse when you're talking about MR12, which, you know, like, as many comparisons as we can make with the previous game, MR12 is here to stay. That's the new reality, and that's what every team has to cope up with. You cannot allow 6-0s, 7-0s, this and that, but we are going to get a chance to see whether or not that continues to be the trend on the server as we start going ahead with Bleed versus 9 on Mirage.
Well, second map of our series. It's Bleed's map pick, but it means that 9 get the pick of the sides. And this is going to be an important one. This is going to be an important one for Nine, not only to win, but as we were saying before, to get out of the gates early. So kicking things off here in the pistol round. And it is going to be Glocks here on the T side. Launix with that P250. There's a little bit of util for Ampus on the other side of things. Julies for MHL and Key. I quite like this. No kits in play, though. Bit of aggression here towards a ramp. They need to be careful not to overstep this. And they get away with it for now.
Oh, it's such a good bait for the dualies. They're not expecting K, who gets away with one, but they are now going to try to hammer him down. Hampus with the beautiful shot with his Glock. And Favin's already creeped into Under Palace. First player rotating in from Connector, trying to creep past the smoke. On stairs, Tomiko finds one. And Cirque is still trying to find him through the smoke, but Bambosh is making it harder. It all comes down to the shoulders of Cirque, who has already taken the head of the shoulders of Tomiko. Bomb collected. Quickly routing into B. Very fast movement. And I don't think they're going to expect him to be here as quickly as he is. But he does get spotted as he's going past Connector. Surely expects MHL to have already beat it to the punch, but no bomb plant, and MHL will get the work done with just the dualies.
Seems like Cirque has spent his time inactive on the KZ servers. Beautiful movement to get him onto that B-bomb site seamlessly, but yeah, just unfortunately not there quick enough. But, well, Nine do exactly what was needed. They take that pistol round, and they'll be off to a good start here. I like the play towards A-ramp, just getting that aggression in early on, and it worked really nicely. I want to say as well, quick shout out to Twists. I'm glad you like the HUD, brother. It's nice, isn't it? It's nice and fresh. It's something a little unique.
Ooh. I don't think he was expecting a firing range of 4 players who stood up on top of each other on the underpass push. Wouldn't be surprised if they talk about it in chat. Taking their resources back to A and middle now, though.
Would not be the first time we see an eco round upset in this series. Run boost fumbles, but at that range, they actually hit the dink with the Glock. He's got to be careful here. Yeah, okay, he doesn't really proceed with too much caution, but he will get things done and doesn't lose his life. So, Nine will make it a comfortable second, obviously just up against that full eco. Bleed weren't able to get that bomb plant in the pistol, even though they came down close to it. But here come the big guns, the firepower invested, 5 AK-47s, a decent amount of util behind them as well, and they are up against a little bit of a bonus round here. Minio and Bambosh still with those MP9s. They weren't really able to get any action in that last round, so no justification to upgrade. It does give a bit of leg room, a potential ticket back in here for Bleed. To at least get their foot in the door, put their first round on the board. Default around the map. And Minio's getting very aggressive here towards ramp. Look at his positioning right now.
That just gives him a little too much information. Should allow the rest of the players to sort of... Uh-oh. There's the contact. I thought the other players were going to start to relax a little bit, maybe play a little bit more passive or start rotating players towards mid and B, but Minio's contact, that sets them straight. 4 players now about to burst out of Palace and Ramp. Second player getting ready to take contact. K will fall, and this should be easy pickings for Bleed. There's only a solitary member trying to defend the A bomb site, and with those smokes, the vision being obscured, getting the bomb down should be an easy task. 40 seconds to go. Oh no, why is he out in the open? He should have had the comfort of just planting for Connector fully safe. I think he's expecting his teammates to protect him there, and even the second planter could have been punished. But Bambosh, he'll have to be satisfied with just the damage his teammates have done. M4 collected. He does spot a player getting on top of the box, but not a whole lot that he can say about it. 4-on-1, definitely not happening with players circling around him.
Oh, okay. thought that was going to be a freebie there for Hampus. Instead, it is Cypher's kill to add to his tally. Good round for Bleed, though. That's a good round. A couple of little micro mistakes towards the end could have cost them, but they do get away with it. And yeah, it's just a bit of a shame. Like, when Minio gets super aggressive there and ramp, he's got a decision to make. Whether he keeps that advanced position and he has, like, a really nice little off angle that probably merits him a kill if we do aggress towards a late round, or whether to keep pressing, to get that information, to be able to clear out ramp and T-spawn completely, and then be able to pull those rotations elsewhere and have a real advantage in the round. And he does opt for the latter. Unfortunately, just doesn't work out for him. So, an effective eco round here for the CT side. Bambosh with a bit of a wild card. He's got a Nova. A bit of a rare sight here in Counter-Strike. Excited to see if he can do anything with it. For now, no one home in the B apartments. But Lee playing nice and slow.
Connector in middle smokes deployed does give them a lot of information denied. Tomiko, unfortunately, he was playing anti-flash, or I think he would have beaten Hampus to the punch. Just a matter of time before the bomb gets planted now, though. Bambosh trying to get close and close with the Nova. Closer and closer. Grabs out of the window, but oh no. Can't believe Hampus doesn't get him in time. AK's collected as well. I thought maybe he could do some damage, but no. I don't think they expected him to burst out with the AK like that, but they did make quick adjustments to punish him.
Am I just blind, or did that first Nova shot really hit? Like, I almost want to replay it.
Wait, hang on. We'll get a chance to see it. I'm sure we get a chance
look,
to see it.
Nah,
it was a little off to the
hit.
left.
I was thinking it just missed, right? But yeah, I guess that range, unless it's... Oh, I don't know. I guess it was the shoulder, right?
The interesting thing is, right, in that instance, the closer you are with the Nova, the worse it is for you. Because then the shots are more likely to be concentrated in the spot that you missed. Oh no, what a chaotic round on middle. Blink and you missed it. 3 players off the server. 9. They must be scratching their heads at how they didn't get away with a single kill in that duel on mid. Cirque's the only one that really gets stacked up, and even then he's on 9 points of health.
Yeah, that's poor. This is a buy round for 9 as well, so it's not even like you can sort of shrug your shoulders and say, oh, we didn't invest too much into it, so it's okay that we don't get too much out of it. Minio at least needs to do some damage here to make this a little easier to swallow, perhaps. My major concern is Faven's position right now. It looked like Bleed were going to go for the full execution onto this B site, but Faven's position's confirmed that no one's on A. Tomiko. Oh my god. Oh my god! The speed that Cirque had there was unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you might be right about the KZ servers. Cirque definitely looking very, very quick. He's just telling us that he spent the past 2 years practicing KZ.
Yeah, he's just like literally food. That was so, I don't know how he picked up so much speed there coming out of TV. He hit like the perfect B-hop and just flew out. I think if his teammate was ready for it, like, Tomiko had to adjust so much there to flick to the right that, yeah, they could have just swung alongside and just traded it instantly, but I don't think they were ready for Cirque speed out that door. Just pistols here again then for the CT side. Despite winning the pistol round and the follow-up, Bleed have still got off to a very, very commanding lead here and a very good start on Mirage. Not only are they winning rounds, but they're doing so very convincingly. That's a beautiful shot from Tomiko. Short-lived.
They had more success with mid presence with pistols than they did with full rifles.
Shell, careful. Nah.
I think if he had more HP there,
yeah, maybe
something could have worked. Because Cypher was just a little off center.
But yeah, you're right. They have way more success with the pistols. I mean, Tomiko's unbelievably crisp, right? We've seen him again just Eagles in hand, 5-7s in hand. He's really good at popping heads. It does feel a little lackluster here for 9. Back onto the rifles. No AWP though. It's 3 A1Ss, 2 A4s. Bit of util scattered about, but it's certainly lacking in certain areas. And for Bleed, they're just building up that bank account. Faven's on 5 figures. That's post-buy. Cirque's got an AWP and no prospect of having to save his pennies for a future one. There's plenty of money on the team to drop one over if needed. Here we go. 4-2, round number 7. Quite an important one for 9 to keep this contentious.
It doesn't seem like they want to take their foot off the gas as far as mid presence is concerned. But it's going to be a difficult day for K as they start moving in. He's ready for the flashbang, but they're waiting for Hampus to join them before they solidify their presence here on middle. Oh, what an adjustment from Tomiko, expecting the player from bench, and he's going to buy some time for himself as well. Lining up the nade for bench isn't going to find anything, but in the meantime, Cypher has knocked himself into jungle, and a second player will be joining soon. Boost getting readied up for short, and Bambosh, he has an idea of where they can go, but if they can sneak into ladder room, Tomiko will be in a bit of trouble. Don't think he's really going to be expecting it, but he did hear a couple of sounds of footsteps coming through. They're just waiting it out. Tomiko can't see them. They're too far under. He's waiting for anything. Did he spot the barrel there, Josh? Oh, there he is. He's waiting. He's not going to expect the second, and Tomiko falls to Favin. 2-on-2 now, but there's only 20 seconds, so they've got to start booking it. Bambosh, the solitary defender on the bomb side, is playing to the left side of bench. Quickly taken care of by Faven. Minio against Stu. He even has to get past the AWP, watching the window and the door.
We've seen our fair share of clutches today. Oh, I thought this was not going to be one of them. The AWP had the angle, he lined it up, hit the shot, but it wasn't lethal. Minio has to fall away. 35 points of health, but he'll back off with the M4A1S. It is going to mean a 5th on the board for Bleed. Couple of big kills. I thought Bambosh's position on the left side of bench was good there. I thought he'd be good for at least one, but yeah, the pathing of Faven just entering out onto that site, knew exactly where to look. Very, very quick to the trigger. So saving Grey Silver Lining here for 9 as they've got the max loss bonus, so they can come back into this with a little bit of a force up around that M4 that was saved. But yeah, 5 on the bounce here for Bleed. Again, they're looking confident.
Slow around. Bleed have a decent idea of where what the money's looking like, so they don't want to fall victim once again to sort of the mid presence we saw earlier with the pistols. They're going to be playing it very slowly, waiting for the CTs to make any mistakes. In fact, they've left the bomb on the outside of ramp. Don't want to run into close range pistols anytime soon. But not a muscle being moved by 9. All they're waiting for is any information that they can pounce on. Cirque. Good opening. And that is going to start mobilizing the CTs. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so fiery inside ladder room as the Molotovs are going to coax the player out. And all the chaos goes the way of the T's as Bleed are going to make them burn.
I guess Nine can shrug their shoulders and say it was only a half buy, but they need to stop being complacent. They need to start biting back, Kit, or this is going to be a very quick series. Losing their map pick, going on to Mirage, which should be still a fairly comfortable map for them. Especially with the individuals that they have. MHL finally with that AWP. He hasn't really had the opportunity to utilize it so far this game. Fast into underpass. This could be good. Should be easy for the first. Cypher. The spacing's a little off there, and he's not there for the instant trade, but does win the duel on the second. Gets good timing regardless. And a 4v4, but yeah, I thought MHL might even get away with both there, and Cypher was just a little too far back.
We have a very decent idea of where these players are. All they've got to do is get past Minio, and he's kind of on an island here because there's not a lot of info. They're basically just hoping that they can get it done on the retake. At least the rotation is starting to come through now. Minio playing off the back of default. Faven being very careful with it. He spots one. Minio, good shots, but instantly traded out. And now it's on to the CT player to buy enough time as the bomb will very soon start to get planted.
Yeah, Tomiko's got a lot on his plate right now, especially with his teammates being mollied off. So he really is by himself. No opportunity to deny that plant, but catches Cypher as he tries to regress. And Cirque now left in the 1v3. Anticipates the stairs player, but surely just overwhelmed, and Van Bosch will make sure of it. So, a big round for Nine. Keeping 3 players alive as well will do their economy some favors going into the final couple of rounds of this half.
It kind of felt like Cirque was a little too fast for his own good. Like, he spots an elbow and instantly fires into nothing. I think if he was able to hold down the line on the CT defense, then that could have been a successful round for Bleed, but yeah, Nine are making decent progress now. A very important round for them, and that also allows them to save a little bit of money. As you mentioned, the 3 players alive. Now, I don't think Bleed are going to be cornered into a difficult economic spot anytime soon, because Faven's sitting on $11,000, but Nine have to worry about their own money for now. 5 players towards Rampant Palace. This is no attention on middle, no attention on B. Nobody defaulting. So the space being granted by K could actually be very problematic for the T's. But I do think it's going to be an execute very soon. Unless they decide to exit out.
Well, with the early presence towards A ramp, they have completely given up the mid control. It's allowed Nine some very powerful positions. Keep playing anti-flash. Support in from window and short. This could be deadly. Oh, just kind of aggresses by himself, and the support flash is a little shallow. They are still going to come out on top of the gunfights. Line them up perfectly. Tomiko with another triple. And Hampus left scratching his head, wondering, how did that go so horribly wrong? I thought, especially after finding that first kill onto Key. But Bleed were going to take the reins there.
I mean, an impossible round for Hampus does mean that Nine get their 4th. And it's kind of been a trend for Nine at this point, where initially they're not going to find too much success, and then they're going to start showing what they're made of. Now, luckily for them this time around, before that success has to be brought forward, they're able to win the pistol and they're able to win the conversions, so they're not running on thin ice, they're not running on these tiny little margins anymore. And if they can get to a 5-6 round half, then they can definitely do some damage on the T side.
Another 4K from Tomiko, by the way. Attention was obviously on his teammate on mid-floor, so he did have a bit of space to work with, but... aggressive once again.
Okay,
Clownix,
position,
just
but
in from under. It's actually very messy, but obviously not a lot he can do about it. Clownix on the fast boost. MHL too slow on the sniper. Trade will be there, but...
yeah, he's thinking that Tomiko's covering him, unfortunately.
Too little too late. A 4v3 for Bleed.
Shouldn't be too long before Hampus and Cirque decide to switch weapons, I'm pretty sure. Oh, what is that awareness?
Wow.
He's about to switch weapons, then he just takes one more look before he hands it over. And then he doesn't at the end. Okay. There we go. All is right in the world now with Hampus, the low HP player, holding the op.
Okay, look at this though. Faven's taken loads of space. They think that the A-bomb site's for free, but Bambosh has got a very powerful position here. If he can creep in and deny this plant, well, if Tomiko was still alive, it could make all the difference. Now he's got it all on his shoulders. Crisp for the first, but a long range controlling that spray. Faven's just a little more crisp. And Bleed will make it 7, but yeah, whilst Bambosh still had a teammate alive there, I fancied his chances at causing a bit of a ruckus. 7-4. Again, it's a story that repeats itself. It's 9 on the back foot. It's keeping this close enough that we've still got a game on our hands, but they're always chasing losses. We'd look to make this 8.
With the limited utility available for 9, wouldn't be too surprised if Bleed can make it to 8. Hop, hop, hop away. I don't know why we're looking at Bambosh for as long as we did. Here comes the B split though. Hampus being the only player in apartments, the short players need to be successful. They need to create enough of a distraction for the Apps player to be relevant. Bambosh, quick climb up on the van. The Apps player needs to deal with him soon, but it's going to be Favin who gets his hands dirty all by himself, getting ready for the retake before the bomb even gets planted. The CTs, they're within an earshot, but the mollies and smokes combos will certainly impede any progression they can make into the bomb site. Cirque with 2 beautiful ones. And certainly Minio can't really do much here. 36 points of health. 3 players within 1 headshot range. Maybe even a body shot will suffice, but man, a 4-man crossfire certainly makes it next to impossible, but maybe Minio can deny. No, Bleed with the 8th.
Yeah, that's clean stuff, and that's, again, nice utilization of dissipating that smoke on short. You know, I feel like we've reached a point in CS2, in the first couple of weeks of CS2 making professional play, we saw so many examples of players blowing open smokes and just catching a defender with their pants down, right? On the other side of it, not expecting that smoke to disappear anytime soon and being caught off guard. Finally, players are sort of adapting to that and generally very aware that that's a possibility. But occasionally, it can still be something that bites them on the ass. 8-4, Bleed with a fantastic first half. Now they get to move over to their defense. And for 9, a lot of ground to cover here. Tomiko's really been the only player that's shown up so far here on Mirage. MHL, the man we were bigging up, the one we were expecting big things out of, has been a little bit absent.
Lonix, he can hear the app sounds. He's calling in the teammates, calling in the reinforcements. Favin, come on, you gotta hit these shots and maybe then some, but no. Just good for the 1 as Lonix eventually falls. A 3-on-2 as Bleed start to move in once again. Tomiko has found his share of the kills, but he needs to go above and beyond. Glock in hand, 2 heads to find. Oh, caught in the side!
Oh.
Nearly can't make it out alive. And he doesn't have the bomb either, so maybe he's going to try and reroute. Goes all the way around. I think he might be looking for a USB somewhere, looking for any duels. No, that's the P250 that K was yielding earlier. I mean, he's got the right idea. It's pretty much all he can do with this HP. If he can find 2 headshots, then maybe we can talk. Ooh. Position known. Just a crossfire now. Couple pot shots not hitting. He's found a corner in the smoke. Could he surprise Cypher here? I think he could, Josh.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way. Yeah, I think he knew that was a bit of a lost cause, but nothing to save, of course. So has a crack at it, and just falls short. It's unfortunate stuff, and considering it came close, considering it came down to that 2 versus 1, it's a real shame they weren't able to get that bomb planted either. So 9-4, Bleed in a very strong position once again. They're going to come into this with, well, I'm not sure yet, actually. Lanix has bought that MP9. Considering they're going to be up against an eco, they could go heavy on the SMG setup. Quick pause before we see what they do opt for.
Unfortunately, it's looking very tricky now for 9. Seeming very, very difficult. And now they're not even in a position where, they get the chance to play on an advantageous side or anything. That kind of saved them last time when they were on Anubis. They got a chance to turn things around. But is that going to be the case this time? I don't think so. I do think Arrow is going to be defied, Josh. Context, arrows are predicting Camel. For anybody that tuned in late. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed the start of the stream. It's a reason to get here early. It really is. We can just go and watch it back, I guess. Glocks in play, though. Couple of MP9s, 2 M4s, and a FAMAS for Fave. And coming in with those SMGs to try and rack up a bit of cash, but not overdoing it. So they get punished in the next. Run boost into mid. Glocks hungry for something. So far, actually doing a fair bit of damage. This is really messy from the defense, but eventually it settles. And Hampus will take a double with the HE that does them some favors. So double digits hit here for Bleed. And yeah, it's a big round.
MHL, I'm sure he's expecting there to be a push. The nade combo kind of gives it away. Law and X, though, he's still sticking around, but not for long, because MHL is too quick on the trigger. K finds the player on top of Palace, and all of a sudden, the A-bomb site is their oyster.
An important round, obviously, for Knight. Losing it puts it 11-4 and leaves them strapped for cash, but it was a bit of a bonus here for the CTs, so don't expect nothing to come out of the next. Hampus just hoping for some exits. Obviously a 4 versus 1 doesn't fancy his chances at the round win itself. He'll stay close though. See what he can hear. If the opportunity presents itself, he could creep in for a ninja defuse. The likelihood is so it'll just be trying to catch them as they retreat. So we can proceed with caution, but not cautious enough. Surely not. You might even be able to slip in and get a rifle. Yeah, there we go. That's very successful for Hampus. So, not bad stuff at all. 10-5, 9 keep themselves afloat, and Bleed get rid of those SMGs and can now come back with something a little bit more substantial.
Question is whether or not 9 can keep up any sort of pressure, because Bleed being out of money soon is probably going to be the one point of negotiation that they're going to want to have. Most of their attention towards the B-bomb side. They're actually going to be straight up booking it. Flashes go through the windows. Bambosh is first one out. Hampus not phased by the flash, and he's going to play very close to the smoke. Wants to be hard to spot. Wants to make it easy for his opper to get the work done. Molotov coaxing MHL out of position as well. Circus is getting easy pickings, and all of a sudden that B-side push is completely destroyed by a two-man combo and a dash of rotations.
There's not even a lot to break down here. 9 are just being absolutely pummeled right now. That B-bomb site locked and loaded. The defense show no signs of weakness whatsoever. As you say, just that two-man configuration. The crossfire that they had set up was perfect. And 11-5, 2 away from the finish line. 1 would secure them overtime. And 9 have not got the money to try and resist this. Key only down to a Desert Eagle. MHL, you see the sniper and you think, oh, he's good with a sniper. It's the wrong one, my friend. It's a scout. It just doesn't pack that same kind of punch. We'll see, to be fair. There's a world, he gets a couple of crazy headshots. Keeps things exciting. If there's any player on the server that could do it, it would be him. Well, we haven't seen too much MHL brilliance. Man advantage going the way of Bleed early on. Minio drops.
Just getting picked off like flies now. I mean, you said that MHL could be the one to do anything with a scout, but unfortunately he doesn't really have enough room to breathe even. Maybe a kill or two is the best he could bargain with.
That's what I'm thinking, 1 or 2 at the start of the round. A 1v5's maybe
yeah,
a little
ambitious.
Too heavy. Okay, a last hurrah here for 9 then. 2 MAC-10s, 2 Desert Eagles, and a Tech-9 to try and stay afloat. Bleed on the cusp of victory, and it's going to be Faven, the man, to try and defend this A site from the array of pistols coming his way. That's going to deny the plant. Minio drops the C4 right in no man's land. And a man advantage in their favor. This is looking good for Bleed.
Yeah, Faven so far he's just been playing deathmatch. MHL nearly overwhelms with the flashbang. Milanex will be able to punish him. Bambosh trying to make it harder. Sorkin Hampus now getting ready for the 2-on-4. Head spotted. Hampus is a little faster, however. And Tomiko with just the MAC-10 and the sound cue being given up, it's seeming very difficult. Overpowers with the MAC. Switches over to the AK, and Tomiko can actually save them. 9, they live to see yet another round.
What's crazy about this as well, right, is 9 are 12-6 down, and Tomiko is top fragging. He's top fragging on the server. He's playing unbelievable CS, and time again in scenarios like this, I love the initiative to say, I got a Mac 10, and as soon as that CT player gets into position, there's not a chance in hell I'm winning that fight. So I need to isolate these jaws. I need to get aggressive, kill the connector player up close and personal, and swap weapons to give me a chance in this round. He does exactly that. Plays it very, very well. What a shot from Zerk. Even while blinded, his awareness is second to none. And that is certainly one way to kick off potentially the final round of this series.
That opening duel certainly granting them quite a few advantages. They can play it a little bit more passive now. 3-2 setup, mid abandoned. And they can hold on to some utility too. A couple smokes that Hampus and Favin can throw late into the round. Minio, who's got the bomb. I think he might be playing it too unsafe. Oh no, I don't even think he realizes he's got the bomb. If he gets caught out here, that would be devastating, but that's already quite a bit of damage done. Tomiko, is he going to rise to the occasion once again? No, Favin stops him. Pambosh and Minio now, they've got to do it. And that too with Minio's tiny sliver of HP. Beautiful movement by Bambosh, but it's all going to be thwarted by Hampus potentially. No, missed shots. Bambosh catches him, chases him down, and nails him with a headshot.
Oh no.
He's going for the short plant though. No, that is it. So unfortunate. Favin can catch up to him, and Bleed are going to close it out in 2.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Yeah, that's such a shame. That 1 versus 1 felt doable. Second, he found that kill off for the merit of the movement on short, but yeah, 10 seconds, had to commit to the plant, was expecting the final man to be coming in from market, and yeah, caught off from the back. So, a valiant attempt from 9, I'll be honest. I was impressed with them on Anubis. You know, like, Mirage wasn't really their map, but they definitely showed signs of weakness. Tomiko was amazing through and through. I don't think you can really criticize too much there. But ultimately, exciting stuff for Bleed. They're a roster that have got some really, really strong pieces behind them. Those pieces were looking amazing today. Zerk was actually really fun to watch, not just in terms of his individual brilliance on that AWP and some of the shots he was hitting, but actually his playstyle as well. The way that he was going for these super aggressive picks. The fact, I mean, to have the balls as an AWPer, right? To go for the short jump from window with an AWP and get the mid pick and stuff like that, that takes some serious confidence. And we saw that just absolutely leaking out of Zerk today.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's also one more reason to celebrate Bleed's victory, right? I mean, it's great that Bleed have been able to put time and effort into a roster, and even though some of the recent games they've had, they've been a little bit rocky, but I'm really glad to see them win, because, hey, at the end of the day, it's bad enough that AI is taking over our jobs, and I don't want to lose to a camel, okay? So I'm glad 9 lost. I can't have Arrow winning, but we'll see if he can have much better predictions in the next game. We'll be right back. We'll not be right back. It'll take a little while longer. There is going to be a bit of an extended break before we head into the next series, so stay tuned as we wait for Permita versus Espionage.
Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with Permita versus Espionage, and that, like, I thought we'd be here a lot later because Bleed versus 9, you know, I thought it would go the distance and this and that, but we actually got a bit of an extended break. We got a chance to chill out, a chance to check out both teams before we head into the second series of the day. And you know, Permita is actually the team from which 2 or 3 of the players have actually joined 9. So it's kind of interesting. We're kind of seeing what the new version of Permita, and we've also seen half of the old version of Permita in the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, this Permita roster only nearly a month old, but some fantastic players behind it, and players that have had experience playing with each other, right? Whilst it might be a new roster, they're all within the Polish scene. And, you know, the Polish scene is very close-knit. You've got a few names. You've got Anonimo. You've got Ago. You've Pompa, Permita now as well. A fair few of them seem to start with a P for some reason. But, yeah, like, they've all sort of played
Pompa,
with each
right.
other for serious periods of time, like, within these various rosters and things like that. So players that have all got experience with each other and whatnot.
Yeah, so speaking of Pompa that you mentioned earlier, right? Morals and Beanox are actually pickups from Pompa. And then Mast and Veggie, Mast was somewhat recently in Anonimo, and then Veggie was in Anonimo, like, I think it was, I'm not 100% on this, but I think it was like 8-9 months ago. So this is kind of a mixed bag of a lot of players that did perform quite well within the Polish scene. Now, the problem is, these players haven't found that much success outside of that tier 2, tier 3 space. So that's what they kind of have to prove, right? And on the other hand, Espionage, their story is completely different. It's almost as they're stuck in tier 2.5 purgatory.
Well, I mean, there's kind of one exception, which is Morels, right? Who I think he's the oldest player on the team, right? He's 29.
Yeah, 29.
And he obviously had his tenure on Virtus Pro. You sort of go back 5 or 6 years, and he was playing up in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. But yeah, for the most part, it is very much a kind of tier 2.5, tier 3 kind of ballpark for all of these boys. We did just get a glimpse of the previous scoreboard, seeing some of the stars shining. Tomicus, just absolutely amazing earlier on. But yeah, I'm quite interested to see which way this one leans. Espionage, the slight favourites, but to be honest, I really don't think that's by a very big margin. I think Permita could absolutely cause an upset here and pull this their way. So we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, you know, if you look at just their general ranking, right, that's obviously been enabled by the previous roster that was there for Permita. So obviously with all of these shakeups, it's not going to be easy to sort of maintain that stature. Now, I will say, you know, these are great pickups, these are great additions, and I think what Permita might be going through initially is sort of the same boat that Bleed was, where, you know, you've got a new lineup, now you've got to hit the road running.
Yeah, absolutely. Master's a really exciting player as well. I really enjoy watching Masked. He's the IGL, but also picks up AWPing duties quite often, and he's just fantastic. He's just absolutely fantastic. He'll often go for sort of really unfavorable clutches and little cheeky plays and things like that. He's a really, really fun player to watch. One of the best plays I ever casted was a Masked play of just like a completely ridiculous ninja defuse. So yeah, he does sort of go for some of those very, very unlikely situations, those unlikely clutches and whatnot.
Yeah, are you moving back and forth from the microphone? Because you're getting very close to my ear, Josh. Like, for a second, and then you step back.
I'm not. It just did some auto game thing for some reason. Am I back to normal again? Am I, like, back to normal volume?
Yeah, no, you're still getting louder, so I'm going to have to ask you to shut up for a second. But I will quickly talk about Espionage. Now, Espionage, you know, they are sort of stuck, as I mentioned before, right? It's sort of tier 2.5 purgatory, and for someone like Lucky, who's usually considered the spearhead of the team that is Espionage, it's almost felt like it's been cruel to him, right? He's got that first taste of tier 1, he got to play with Astralis, and even though he's constantly been back and forth on teams where he's been able to play high tier Counter-Strike, right? But he's never been able to play that high of a tier, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously his days in Astralis were fairly short-lived. I always felt bad for him. I always felt like they didn't give him enough time to settle, and I think the expectations were way too high, right? He had big boots to fill when he was stepping in just after Device had left, and yeah, I just think expectations were too high. I think he was pretty good, but yeah, just wasn't given enough time to settle. But as soon as he came back to tier 2, tier 3 Counter-Strike, he was smurfing, right? He had like a real grace period where he was just unbelievable. When he came back to Tricked after being booted from Astralis. That's kind of settled a little bit now. Now he's just consistently pretty good. I think people are starting to catch up with him a little bit. But yeah, he's still a real force to be reckoned with. He's a very, very good AWPer. Yeah,
so the narrative for him is that he's got to sort of bring a team to a level where they can compete in that, right? Yeah. And unfortunately, it's been a little unlucky for Espionage many times. Like, even if you look at their open qualifiers for the RMR, right? They lost to a team that you really wouldn't expect them to lose to. I think it was Thunderflash. And, you know, I don't know that much about the team, but there's sure as hell no Espionage.
Well, they were unbelievable. So the Thunderflash run is, like, not something to be joked about. Tao and the boys were crazy.
Fair enough. But still,
I know what you mean.
It was a little unlucky for Espionage that is where they ended up losing. But yeah, we do have the veto starting to show up. Anubis being banned out by Espionage, Inferno being banned out by Permita, and then we've got Nuke as the first pick for Espionage. So I actually kind of like it that they're going straight into Nuke as the first pick. If you have a longer tenure as a team, you do want to sort of put a newer team in a corner in that. In the sense that Nuke is definitely going to be harder for a newer team to grasp, so you want to take advantage of it as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Permita, believe it or not, even though they've only been together for a month, they've actually played a hell of a lot in that month. They do have quite a deep pool to work with. I reckon we see an Ancient Decider. I think, like, we've got 2 maps that both teams are reasonably confident with, so definitely a world where either one of these sides could take it 2-0. But yeah, there we go. So Vertigo banned out, Ancients, that Decider. That's another map that both teams play. They've got decent win rates on it. Neither of these teams are rocking like mega maps played in the past 3 months. That's just because we had that Christmas break, right? These 2 teams are absolute grinders. When you look into sort of the middle and tail end section of last year, some of these teams this caliber, and actually both of these teams, Espionage especially, were logging 30-35 maps played on individual maps in their pool over the past 3 months. So yeah, I expect this number to pick up. Without further ado though, folks, we will be jumping right into the first map of this one. It's Nuke, and it is Espionage's pick. It's their best map in their pool. It's the one they've played the most. It's the one they rock the highest win rates on. But they are going to have to start off on the T side, so we'll see if they can make it happen still, or if that's going to be a contingency and enough of a step in the door, a breakthrough for Permita to cause an upset.
We'll see if that ends up being the case. They definitely do have the cards, you know, these are some of the players they brought in from Pampa. It's just a matter of how quickly they can hit the road running. I think they've been in this team for about a month now, as a roster.
I think they literally joined on the 1st of January, or maybe it was the 4th. The very start of the month.
Yeah. So I'm looking at HLTV, right? So time on team, 27 days. So yeah, about a month. So they've basically just had less than 4 weeks to prep. And I think this is great, you know, getting straight into the Compass qualifiers. There's a very good chance that they can make it to a LAN, and oh my goodness, Cabby does not want to make that happen, to let that happen. Good stuff. 2 nice openers as they head down ramp, and they're already going to start booking the rotations from the CT side as they start to get the bomb down. Well, that thought before the bomb's even down. 3 or 4 of the players have left the server. Veggie being the only one alive.
That's
ooh,
a nice
okay.
shot. Give us a third, and I'll get to the edge of my seat. But no. Lucky will trade it right back. An old-fashioned ramp rush does not fail them this time. And it's the Wild Wild West. Cabby and Lucky with those jewelries just doing some serious damage. So, Espionage put their first round on the board. It's important, right? We talk about MR12 and the fact that Valve are yet to shift the economy and how the money works, despite making the game shorter. So, taking those pistol rounds, especially on a map like Nuke on the T side, is very, very valuable. And Espionage have overcome that first hurdle. Up against a Force Buy here in the second. Couple of pistols, couple of MP9s to work with. But Espionage are taking no risks. 4 AKs. They've gone very heavy on the firepower.
The angle that that Beanox is playing just gives me PTSD, because I've seen the little boost you can do on top of the hut. Have you seen that yet?
Oh yeah, the res thing where you can go...
No. So there's another boost. So like you can get straight up on top of the hut without even having to climb the boxes. Ooh. You just skate up the door, and then you can skate into heaven.
Wow. Have you seen the res one that I'm talking about, where you can get above Squeaky?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It is. Well, they are going to move straight into A. There is some damage done, however, and Beanox, having picked up the AK, can all of a sudden be a threat. 2 on 3 now. 4, actually. Morels is just too little HP for me to even notice. These AKs are going to have to be put to good use if the T's want to survive. I was about to gloss over this round, but here we are. Oh my goodness, Lucky has fallen as well. And Mr. will have to pull something big out of his magic hat. Please don't tell me you can hear drilling in the background. Can you hear it from a microphone?
I can't hear it, but...
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, there's just no time on this. And he actually needs to be really careful not to die after the clock's expired as well. Now, no one's going to be close enough to make that a real threat, so he will be able to carry this AK into the next. But what a disaster of a round, right? They came into this with 4 AKs. It wasn't even like you can sort of shrug your shoulders and say, okay, we maybe got a little bit greedy in that one and we overinvested into the SMGs. That just wasn't the case. They just got absolutely crunched. And as soon as Beanox got that AK in hand, yeah, he was a real menace. I mean, he didn't even do the damage with the AK. It was the pistol that did it for him. But, yeah, taking that ramp control... Sorry, not ramp, bloody hell, lobby and hut control was really, really powerful. So, Espionage, they've got to force around Mr. Saved AKs on double eco. As will they be. If they can't give their opponents a taste of their own medicine, then we will actually see Permit to take the lead here.
Oh. Getting a little quicker now on outside, already allowing the AK to be the first one to take contact. Some damage done to Morels, who's taking pot shots at Lucky, who drops out of this off of the silo as he receives a swift headshot. They have a pretty good idea of where the players are now, and that Molotov is also going to push Mistar back.
This is dangerous from Mary. Mister's on the angle. Iceberg's just found a headshot as well. If Mary pokes his head over, it's going to be whack-a-mole. And we know that Mister can be crisp.
No way they peek. No way they peek Secret without the main guy taking contact, though. Oh.
Well, I mean, he does, but...
Okay, yeah, 4 seconds off the clock, or Mister would have actually potentially gotten something. They're going to be backing off, though. Maybe rerouting their efforts towards ramp, which is going to be guarded by Masked. He's got an AK that he did recover in the previous round. A-site entry will be a lot more difficult courtesy of the smokes, and as the smoke is expiring, Masked is going to start to recede towards ramp. On the angle, there it is, first shot, half damage to 2 players, and they should be able to recover the AK, and down to ramp they go. Enough time to get the bomb down, but they still do have to get past 2. A player in double, a player in single. Won't be an easy bomb plant by any stretch of the imagination, especially with both of them peeking at once.
And blowing that door open almost doesn't do them any favors. Reggie comfortably denies that plant and gets things done. Permitter with a second on the board. Espionage, obviously no option here but to just eco. Good stuff. This is round number 2. This is where it all fell apart. Morels and Beanox. And And at the end of the day, even though it's only a 1-for-1 there from Master, he's done really well just to sort of buy a little bit of time, play that off angle, do the damage as well, just to make things that little bit easier for his teammates on the retake. But yeah, full eco should be a bit of a breeze here for Permitter.
Speaking of eco, I mean, while we're on an eco and we've got a chance to talk, right? I am going to say this is a good time for me to talk about the dare challenge that Compass has. A lot of you left some dares in the Twitter post for what the casters have to do within the game, and the dare I've chosen is the one where at least for me, right? I'm not gonna make you do it, but I've got to say every ingredient from this banana bread recipe while casting a match. You know what? I'm gonna do you one better. I'll do it within 5 rounds. As in not within 5 rounds from now, but whenever I say the first word, I'm going to have all the words of the recipe within the 5 rounds of that happening. How does that sound?
Okay, I respect it, I respect it. It's a shame, right? Considering it's a banana bread recipe, it's a shame that we're not playing Inferno. Or even Overpass.
Oh yeah, yeah, but that would be easy mode, right? Like, maybe I would have done it on Inferno, but that would be too easy.
Well, I mean, only for the banana ingredient. I don't know how you're fitting baking soda in.
Don't worry about it.
One
I got
egg.
you, King. My only request is that you don't point it out when I do say the word, okay?
Yeah, it's fine. They don't have any bald players to use that one with. Everyone's got a full head of hair. Iceberg's got cool hair, I like that. It's like Bradley Cooper. Movie star hair. Perhaps movie star aim. Works his way round red. There is one in secret. It's Morels.
Oh, Morels.
That is just absolutely disastrous for Iceberg. And the man advantage again goes to the poles.
Oh, Mast. In the meantime, he has managed to keep the numbers even Steven. And Mary is not allowing them to push through. Fantastic position on top of the box, and he will be able to deny any presence. Pretty good stuff from Permitta so far. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it actually really has been. Obviously, pistol rounds can always be a bit of a wild card, and I think, like, I wouldn't go as far as to say Glocks are overpowered, right? But used in the right situations, in the right hands. Something like a fast ramp play, which is exactly what they went for in the pistol round, it's just impossible, right? You're defending, you just get completely overwhelmed close up by the Glocks, and that's it. So, I understand how they let the pistol round
watch out.
But from there, it's been pretty perfect. Okay, Veggie.
Ooh, that is a bit of a rough spray. Tech9's moving in, but they've already been punished. I'm very surprised that they're not able to get more off the back of it. Do you think that's going to work with the smoke down? I think your bananas is what I was going to say, but it does end up working out.
Lucky. Obviously, nothing he can do to deny that defuse, so he'll bring that 8K into the next. The goal there, once they were in the 4 versus 2, was just to try and get a plant, give them a little bit of extra cash, and they do manage to achieve that, so fair play to them. But it is going to be 5-1, and Permitter are really, really in control here on me.
I mean, so far, Espionage have not been able to find anything on the other side of the scoreboard. It's been smooth as butter for Permitta getting all these rounds. And honestly, with the time that Espionage have been on this team, if that's all they've been baking, so depressing.
Iceberg. Ooh. That is a crisp shot, and he seems to be aware that there's one close as well.
Oh!
Veggie crumbles under the pressure. And a 2-man advantage. That is something special. Iceberg even following up with a 3rd in the round. Just doing it all. Carrying the team on his shoulders and putting a 2nd on the board here for Espionage. That is perfect.
I think they're still talking amongst one another. Maybe the idea of going for it, but anyone that advises you to try and go for a retake in a 2v5, gotta take that advice with a pinch of salt.
No mercy.
Mary.
Phoenix will survive. They've got plenty of cash on the CT side, so they'll comfortably be able to reinvest into this. But yeah, that was a seriously commanding round from Espionage. I don't know how repeatable that is, right? I don't think you can come away from that round and say, okay, yeah, let's do that again, right? I think that would be a little too much to ask for from Iceberg to send it out mid and find another triple, but it's a step in the right direction.
Getting aggressive outside, but Morals actually decides to back off. Knows that doesn't want to stick around for too long. Oh. Nice shot from Mast. Up close and personal. Does make it very difficult for Cabby to try and penetrate through. Big advantage to begin with. And they've actually gotten quite a bit of space outside. So Iceberg could capitalize on that. Morals, how is he expected, but still not shut down?
Ooh, that's a good H8.
Beautiful.
Still going to be a very difficult round to recover, but slightly more palatable now that they've brought it down to just a one-man deficit. Lucky on that AWP. Somewhat negates the fact that he's low on health. 50 seconds on this clock, bomb on their back, but no real map control. All stacked up in lobby. And Permitter playing this nicely. Not over-aggressing, not making any mistakes. Here comes the execution.
Yeah, but they're not going to budge at all. It's just going to be a basic hold. A play that is very vanilla, extracted from the oldest books of Counter-Strike. Just hold and watch the sights.
Not bad. Not bad at all from Permitter. A nice start, an even better end. 6-2, Espionage. Still with plenty of money. No major stresses there. The round that they did manage to win, they kept everybody alive, so it worked wonders for their economy. So AK is back out. An opportunity for a sniper. Lucky opts against it. It's interesting, not going for that AWP on you. Kind of, I mean, CT side, it's like very, very comfortable to have an AWP. T side, if you're not going for that outside control, very justifiable to just run that 5-rifle setup. But yeah, I've always seen Lucky as someone that anytime he has the opportunity to get that AWP out, he wants it.
Permitter has looked surprisingly good. Like, I mean, obviously, with the type of players they have, like, I do expect them to hit the road running and, like, you know, have some sort of comfort, especially because a lot of these players have a lot of experience with having mixed lineups. So they are going to be the type of players that quickly settle into a new roster, but I didn't really expect them to be this good straight off the bat. Not sure what the holdup is about. Can we see which of the teams is taking a timeout?
Yeah, I've been kind of scanning my eyes all over the HUD.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm just looking for the tactical timeout graphic. I mean, if production could tell us about that, whether or not there is a timeout graphic, that would be sweet as sugar.
Okay.
Mast trying to blow the smoke, a nade tossed like an egg, but he doesn't get a chance to see through the smoke. He's gonna have to hold down the line for a second as they start pushing in through ramp. Mary holding the wire. Oh, that is beautiful. Mary doesn't need anyone, gets it all done by himself over towards ramp. That has gotta hurt.
Yeah, he's so crisp on that as well. You kind of expect when you have that many targets coming your way to just hold down mouse 1 and commit to the spray down, but no, every single target he resets, he gets his crosshair back on the head. He's so crisp. Conserves that ammo, puts 7 on the board for Permit Espionage. They do not know what's hit them here on Nuke. This is their map pick as well, by the way.
Absolutely. Gotta be careful now. They can't really lean back and think that they can rely on the second map pick, because the map waiting for them, it's not going to be all roses and flowers either. Oh, nice opening from Iceberg, already down into Secret. Veggie is able to get a second as they're waiting. Oh my goodness, too many misses, and Lucky will not be able to stay true to his namesake. Another kill collected by Iceberg. He's going to bring it back into contention. Oh my goodness, the T's are still fighting, but Mary and Morels will finish off the duels. And by the way, Josh, in that round, I finished off the challenge.
Did you? I didn't hear all-purpose flour. I kind of thought you were just going to give up and be like, screw it.
No, I said
flour.
No, I said it's not going to be all roses and flowers.
Ah, okay, all right.
All-purpose flour is just flour, dude. Like,
fine. Yeah, no. You actually, yeah, very good. Very good.
bro, vanilla extract was the hardest one.
I think baking soda was, you did that one well. That was
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Well, Gabby, out on the site, Smoke makes things a little difficult, but the flash is perfect. Veggie blinded, tries to transfer the spray, can't quite save Mister, but finds 2, make that 3. And a man advantage here for Espionage. As they're onto the site, Mask wants to join the party, but fashionably late. And not really with the right weapon for the job. An opportunity to deny the plant. Right clicks a HE, does good damage, but won't be lethal. And now a 3v2, make that evens. There's a chance for this.
Holding the wire, Mast. Both of them are going to move in from heaven if they do. Lots of time has elapsed. I'm not even sure if they want to try and go for it now, but they will at the last minute. Quez gets tapped out, and they're going to rain bullets down on him and have enough time for the defuse as well with the picked up kit. Oh my goodness, this has just been so wacky from Permita time and time again. They are just pummeling Espionage.
That was actually kind of unreal from Mask. Gets the one tap on this squeaky player, and then just commits to the drop. I mean, after this, right, after Cabby finds a triple here, I just do not know. I do not know how they lose that round, but he can't do a whole lot more here. Just crisp with it, and yeah, I mean, rain from above. Rifles out again for Espionage, but it's far from perfect. Couple of contingencies in this by Mister down to the Galil, and yeah, looks like we're going to see a technical pause. Not sure the nature of it, but 9-2, 9-2 for us. I just don't know how we've even ended up here. Permitter have just been fantastic. And what's kind of so crazy about it is, considering the scoreline deficit, the kill deficit isn't even that big, right? It's not like anyone on Permitter is going crazy, and therefore, like, that's what's doing it. Generally speaking, the kill count's fairly even. Like, it's just these rounds that are coming down to these 2 versus 2 situations. It's certain scenarios as well. I mean, when Veggie was down on the B-bomb site and just playing Jack in a box, right? Just poking his head over the stairs, bringing him 1-by-1. Espionage just don't seem to be quick enough with these duels. When you're losing your gunfights, you're going to lose rounds with it. Double digits on the cards here for Permitter as we go into the final round of the half. Whichever way this goes, this is going to be a fantastic showing for them on their CT side. but they'll take what they can get. Try and make this as one-sided as possible.
Not really sure what Espionage is missing out on. To be honest, the way they started the game, I really like their positioning over towards the top site where they're using a lurk player, trying to make sure that rotations aren't going to be easy. But beyond that point, Primitive just looked so good.
I don't want to... I hate to say, like, it's surprising, right? Because that sounds quite toxic, yeah? It sounds like we weren't expecting much from Permitter. When in reality, I was expecting this to be a close game. But this hasn't been that either. This has been just the Permitter show, especially considering it's their opponent's map pick. I mean... It is one that Permitter play, but yeah, this isn't just Espionage's pick. This is their best map. They've played it 15 times over the last 3 months, and you've got to remember, there's the Christmas break in there, so there actually really hasn't been that much time to sort of cover this map. They're unbeaten on it here in 2024. The 4 times they've played it here this year have been very convincing. 13-6 against X Thunderflash, 13-8 against Forza, wins against Rush B and Insilo as well. Like, I was really expecting this to be just a fairly comfortable Espionage map, and we'd be looking to see if Permitter can take this in 3, right?
Honestly, man, like, you know, you made a point about it being toxic if we don't expect much, but I actually think it's very important to not expect much from teams when they're very, very new, because, like, yes, they're going to have a lot of eyes on them, especially when you're looking at teams like Bleed, who sort of have someone like Hassad as sort of the villain character of the scene behind the team, but you also have to grant them, I'm forgetting English, grant them that bit of space to actually develop, because if you try and switch around too many pieces before they can actually get a chance to get things in order, you're going to be messing with the development of the team, right? So I think it's okay to give them that margin. I think it's okay to say, okay, there's not a huge expectation, but if you perform well, that's a big plus.
Yeah. I mean, when you have a new roster, every game is a learning experience, right? Whether it's a win or whether it's a loss, it's something to go back and watch and say, okay, this is like where we went wrong, and this is how we can improve on it next time and stuff. And when you win, especially in a convincing fashion against a strong opponent, then it's just a big confidence booster. We're having some technical problems though, so we're gonna have to jump to a short break, folks. Don't go too far because we will be back with the action very, very shortly. But yeah, we'll see you on the moment.
Welcome back, everybody. Permita has been destroying Espionage so far, and don't think Espionage is even going to have the comfort of map picks and this and that, because remember, this is in fact Espionage's own map pick, so what's coming up next isn't going to be very forgiving either.
Well, Iceberg back to his old ways, just taking the control outside. Might be good for at least one here. Cabby's found one elsewhere. The man advantage goes in their favour. Cabby on 19 points of health, but Iceberg slipped through Secret. And he had a real spanner in the works here. This is the thing, even if he doesn't find any extra kills, just his presence here in lower. Gonna have to draw one away. And Mister's crisp with it.
It's nice to see that they can at the very least give themselves some, I wouldn't say insurance, but a slightly thicker net.
Okay.
In 3 rounds is still nothing to write home about. Still very likely that Permita just pummel through them. But if they can get the pistol round and a couple rounds on top of that, then maybe we can start talking. Definitely not out of the realm of possibility just yet. 4 sets of Kevlar. Tiny bit of utility coming out as well. There's a gun that's been dropped over. And a flashbang in the hands of Cabby.
This is a little different.
Yeah, they want to have more control over outside, but the problem is that they're most likely just going to have to deal with the ramp push. Mary sees them coming, and he's going to have to go down into the ramp, try and protect himself, try and stay alive for as long as possible, but I don't think that's a privilege that'll be afforded. In fact, he's going to have to fight them back. Beanox finds Cabby, and Mary's already found the first person in the window. Flashbang to go through, and they're going to have to back off. Can't immediately try and go for it just yet. Couple pistols that were dropped earlier by the player that bought the flashbang are gonna have to come to good use. Veggie opening up the door. This is so chaotic! And a bit of an impasse as they start trying to push through. The stalemate culminates into a kill onto Mistar. And Iceberg will be the only one remaining. Not for long with that beautiful of a Glock shot.
Yeah, lovely little triple from Veggie. They just run off exactly the same strategy as what we saw from Espionage on their T-side pistol round. Cabby didn't fold instantly. He fell back to the B site, bought quite a bit of time for the rotations, and it was valuable. But he wasn't able to bring any to the grave with him. And yeah, Permita, as soon as they had control of that B site, they were instantly pushing into control. They were taking the fights in the double doors and really getting those Glocks up close and personal and doing some big damage with them. So double digits here obtained, 10-3, a full eco for Espionage. So likely we'll see an 11th go the way of the polls. I don't think Espionage are leaving themselves with enough of a margin for error here.
Kind of the same boat as what we saw 9 in. Like,
I guess. They almost did it.
Yeah, not until Espionage actually get a few rounds. Like, maybe I don't want them to be on the same boat just yet, because like that would be taking credit away from 9, who actually did go for the whole comeback, and then they nearly dropped, like they dropped short of it by a very small margin. But if Espionage can get a few rounds on the board, then they'd be sharing. 11-3 though. Permita only a couple rounds away from the W, and they've only got to play their own map up next, so I'm a little scared for Espionage right now. The interesting thing is, right, that heading into this game, like, part of my analysis was, hey, Permita are new to the game. Sorry, not new to the game, new as a roster. And if you're a new roster, Nuke is probably one of the harder maps to cope with because it's so dependent on timings and things like that. But Espionage are actually totally getting cooked.
Oh man, they're new to the game. This is just a phenomenal. 200 hours. Silver 4.
Nobody's getting invited with like 30 hours, dude.
Beanox. Ooh, he's taking a lot of damage from the nades, but still alive and kicking. Mars will be the first to fall. The trades go back and forth, and somehow Permitter come out on top. A man advantage, bomb site obtained as the C4 tapped down. And Veggie will leave an upgrade into an M4. Oh, wow. Okay. Good night, Cabby. That point.
It's almost like it's just a waiting game at this point.
Wow. Okay, well... It was Veggie who had a stroke of luck earlier. There it is again, just right through the smoke. Stray bullet into the head. Missed it. Right around this corner with a FAMAS.
Oh man, Iceberg is probably going to have to get aggressive here. If he doesn't... Unfortunately, there's two players watching him, right? So he's going to have to find the narrowest timing. And as they're not even backing off, so shouldn't be too surprised if Iceberg gets completely cooked here. Yes, he does. 3 on 5. And I think Morals might have spotted the player in Garage. I'm not too sure. But Mistar, with his position maybe not being checked, there is a chance that he can get something done. But dude, this is looking so difficult right now. Morals falls. At least brought down to the 3 on 4, and I think they might want to start pushing in. There it is, Veggie with the first kill. He spots the player on rafters as well. Mary coming out of the hut ends it, and Lucky will have to pull something crazy out of the hat if he wants to get this done. Up the ladder we go. 3 kills to find. One of them, well, none of them being tagged up. They know where he is. That's the player in heaven. That is it. That's the final kill secured. And Permitta, with only 3 rounds being granted to Espionage, they're going to win it 13-3.
Their opponent's map pick, as the underdogs in the series, by the way, just an absolutely lights-out performance from Permitta. So well played. And even towards the end, you know, sometimes you see teams, especially as the underdog going into a series, you see teams sort of take that lead, they've got a bit of momentum, but they can very easily sort of lose that momentum and towards the end struggle to close it out, right? When you hit 11, 12 rounds, that final hurdle can often be the hardest. And they don't do that. They don't break a sweat, they don't get any nerves, and they just play their best Counter-Strike to finish off the job. So 13-3, unbelievable scoreline for Permitta. And I think that they're going to have their heads held high to take this in too.
Yeah, that next map, that's also their pick. So I think the only thing that might be going in the favor of Espionage right now is that they at least get to pick the side that they want to start on. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break to see if Espionage can come back from this.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a very decisive victory from Permita over Espionage, and that was on Nuke. That was a map that Permita aren't supposed to be great at. It's a map that they haven't gotten much of a chance to play, and it shouldn't be a map that favors new rosters. Espionage, on the other hand, they have got some work to do. We're going to be heading into Overpass very soon, and things aren't looking great, with the exception of maybe having the side advantage to start with. What are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, you're bang on. It's looking pretty dire here for Espionage. Obviously, being able to start off on the CT side of Overpass is always going to be a luxury, right? But Espionage didn't get much done on their CT side of Nuke either. Not that they had many opportunities to play too many rounds there, but yeah, they just didn't really bring us anything. So I think trying to sort of pick at straws and pick silver linings out of something is, yeah, maybe a little tricky. Veggie had an unbelievable game. Now, there were lots of moments where we were saying his name and he was hitting some nice shots, but it's only really just clocked how much impact he actually had in that match. Yeah, going 21-6 is just ridiculous. And yeah, he was just playing out of his mind. Just so many scenarios where he was finding a multi-kill that would sort of swing around. And I expect that to continue, I guess. He was just really, really solid. And some of the harder hitters as well, some of the big pieces for Espionage. I mean, you got to remember, Iceberg's IGLing, right? Iceberg should not be the one that's relied upon to find the kills. And in one of the 3 rounds that they won, bearing in mind one of them was a pistol round, in one of the 3 rounds that they won, it was all on Iceberg's merit. It was him going out mid, finding 3 entry kills, and then they were able to make something happen. And he's kind of the last player on the team that you should be expecting that from. So yeah, I think when you sort of go down the scoreboard, you look at Lucky on 5 kills. Quez only found 4. Misters in that same boat as well. Yeah, when your hard hitters aren't hitting, it becomes really, really difficult to kind of materialize anything. And I think that's really what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, for sure. We saw way too many outstanding performances from Permita, and none of that from the side of Espionage. And unfortunately, you know, part of the narrative that we had heading into this game was that, you know, someone like Lucky, he's gotten a taste of Tier 1, but he's not really getting a chance to do it once again. And, you know, if we're sort of making that case for him, if we're saying that, oh, it's been unfortunate, then he's also got to have the performance to make it look unfortunate, right? As if he's been overperforming at the tier. But right now, with this kind of performance, he really isn't. So he really has to step up his game. You cannot have 5-6 kills in a map as an opper, especially not a map like Nuke where, you know, maybe even 5 or 6 more kills could have actually made a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's uncharacteristic for Lucky, right? I don't want to be too hard on him. At the end of the day, he generally is a very consistent and very good player. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You can be, everyone has their off days, but you can be amazing. But if 1 in 5 games you turn up and you just completely bottle it, then it's not good enough, right? And for a game like this, I'm not saying it was supposed to be a breeze by any means for Espionage, but Nuke was supposed to be their map. And the fact that they didn't even make it close, I think really sort of speaks volumes as to which way this series is leading. I think for Espionage, if they'd have taken anything, even if it was like a bit of a superficial comeback in the second half, right? Even if going into the second half, they found like 5 or 6 rounds just to kind of close that gap a little bit, give them a little bit of confidence, then I think we have a different story here. But going into a second map, after losing your map pick that convincingly, after not finding any success, right? Like the 3 rounds that they won were not strung together. It was a pistol round in the opening round of the game. They then lost 2 pistols in the follow-up with rifles, and then there were a couple of stray ones here and there off of individual merit, and I just don't know how repeatable that really is. We're going to be jumping into the second map, though. It's Overpass. Of course, it is Permitter's map pick. It's not their best map in terms of win rate, but it is the one that they play the most, and yeah, they've got a decent record on it. They've beat some strong opponents, and they seem to be on form here today, so I've got high hopes.
Did that little run boost actually give him an insane timing? I think he's going to go straight through Monster because he might be able to beat some of the timings. Yes, they're not expecting him because of that little speed boost, but Quez is turning up the heat with the dualies. That's 3 for him despite the flashbang, and Mistar will not let any of those run boost shenanigans get in the way of a round.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's only one way to bite back, right? We're talking about all this doom and gloom for Espionage. Hopefully, history doesn't repeat itself in the form of winning the pistol, losing the follow-up like we saw on Mute. But my goodness, that was one hell of a hold. Rifles out here, 2 MP9s, 2 M4s are for Mass on the other side of things. It's Tech 9s. Permitter do commit to a force-up, despite the fact they didn't get the bomb plant. And it is back to B here to try and see if they can make something happen.
No, straight through the flames as they're expiring. Oh, ho, ho! What a shot by Beanox with the Tech 9. And this Famas is going to have its feet firmly planted in the ground. Not for long, though. 2 for 2. As 3 players remain on either side. Yeah, bit of a bot smoke. And Mary is making it all that much more difficult for the CTs. Now, there is quite a few points of health missing on the side of the T's, which means that it's going to become much easier to salvage. Good shot from Lucky all the way from heaven. And Mary, he knows he doesn't have the HP to really play the long haul. We'll have to try and catch players one by one. Chasing one down, MP9 to circle around. Caught in the back, but beautiful stuff from Mary. Could have been a lot better if the shots are connected. Getting really awkward now as Mary keeps trying to go for duel after duel.
Yeah, every time he takes contact, he loses a little more health. And now he's down to his final fight. If he takes one more bullet, he'll be dead. Unlucky. Still on 70 points of it. Just trying to bait him into this cross.
I love this. This is such good patience. Oh, yeah, beautiful crossfire. That's something.
That's all played from Espionage. It gets a little bit dicey when the Tech 9s actually take the B site. I thought at least we'd see a bomb plant there. Especially when the barrels player, the FAMAS, had his head tucked down. Right? The entire goal there was to deny that plant. But when he was left by himself, he had to poke his head up. That meant an instant trade, and it left a little window of opportunity there for Permitter to actually get that plant down, especially with the missed smoke from Iceberg. That cost him his life, and yeah, briefly they had a man advantage, but short-lived. Couple of upgraded pistols, but effectively an eco here for Permitter. Should be another freebie here for the CTs, and yeah, they're making it look easy. And I hate to be the one to say it, right? It sounds so toxic, but they're about to hit the round count of what we saw for the entirety of New.
I'm glad you prefaced that with it's so toxic.
It is, like, isn't it? It feels
the self-awareness, yeah, the self-awareness is there, but the restraint isn't. Well, I like that.
Just put in a bit of emphasis on how absent they were from that first map. Ooh, alright. That was a nice shot. But actually, oh, does Quez get there? Yeah, okay, he does. Yeah, all that really does is gets rid of the MP9 and means that they have justification to upgrade into the full rifle setup as the AKs come out. So, arguably, that 1D doesn't really do them any favors. Espionage then, 3-0. Permitter finally with a decent buy behind them. We'll see if they can make something work from it. Max loss bonus to come in the next. So if they do lose out here, then we will still see a half buy to follow. It's going to be mid-presence early on.
Yeah, no contact just yet, but there will be very soon. As he starts scaling up playground, Lucky just has a smoke out to quickly smoke himself off as he wants to back off into the A-bomb site. Still playing right around it though. He's no stranger to sticking around. Cabby though, good timing from him. I don't think Lucky realized there's a player right next to him, but he still gets it done. What a transfer, and that is Permitta's permission to traverse around toilets denied.
Well, Beanox, 1v3, winnable. Bombs in the open. It's been left for him to retrieve. He almost had the timing on the long toilets player, but regardless, a minute left on this clock and a fair bit of leg room to work with. Just needs to read this right, and he's about to walk into a sandwich of CTs here on long. Timing's good, though. Iceberg's already around the corner, so could definitely isolate Lucky if he's looking the right way. Unfortunately, timing's not on his side. Unlucky will get 4 here for Espionage. So a big buy-around win. As I said before, it is going to be the max loss bonus for Permitta, so we will see another half investment. But yeah, this is not the start I was expecting. Here's that spray transfer from Lucky. This is so sick.
God damn, I didn't realize that Espionage would come back into it with this much force. You know, you were right about the idea that Permitta, they had so many duels, so many nice things going their way, and replicating that would be very difficult. Oh, Mary's feet. Survives by 3 points of health. Oh, not for long, though. Never mind. Botch nade by Cabby means that Mary gets to live a little bit longer, but he is living on borrowed time. Cabby coming out of connector knows there's a player right next to him, courtesy of the sound cue. How the hell was that Tech 9 shot connect? 2 headshots to put Cabby 6 feet under.
Morales. Oh!
What?
Oh, Mister's got to be feeling hard done by there, right? That's a tough one to swallow, but it looks like they will still be able to set around their way. Maggie low on health. Binox has found an M4. Maybe a chance to do some damage. Timing. There it is. Okay, 2v2, and maybe I'm made to eat my words. In fact, it's not a 2v2. There's 3. Mary's just on 3 HP.
Yeah. Getting ready to push into B now. Iceberg, does he have the timing? Okay, he finds the first player now. Problem for Permitta is that they simply don't have enough HP on the remaining 2 members, and with 20 seconds to go, I don't think they'll even try to have a half-hearted effort towards this. I mean, the bomb is still trying to go to A, but with Lucky watching the angle, I think it'll be next to impossible. Quick attempt at the bomb plant. Lucky chucking out some util, but yeah. Mary survives with 3 HP only to eventually die like that.
Yeah, that's a shame. I really thought, like, when he barreled it onto the site, Lucky didn't catch him on the cross. I thought, okay, well, he's not going to aggress with an AWP, right? There's still a couple of seconds for Mary to come off of the plant and kill him and get back on it again. So Lucky's not going to take that risk. But yeah, didn't see the HE on his belt. As soon as he deploys that, it's over. Obviously, just great awareness that Mary was low on health. So 5-0, Espionage giving us a breath of fresh air here. I'm not sure where the wind has come from, but it's pointing in the right direction for them. Very good, HE. A second could have finished him off. What a shot from Beanox. That's ridiculous.
Oh my god, from Mast, that he barely saw Cabby as he got double headshotted there. And Veggie knows that there's a player lurking around the shadows. Knows there's still a player there, and I think that audio cue might have solidified the resolve of Cabby to stick around and put another one 6 feet under. Ready for the peek now. He's got the right idea, but he just can't shoot in time. And Mary has tipped the scales back in the favor of Permitta as he finds that kill. He is low HP again. But lots of places that they can route their efforts to. Only 40 seconds to go, though, so they gotta be careful.
Lucky on the angle, spots the shoulder, but I don't even think he pulls the trigger. I think he quick switched too soon.
Yeah, not at all.
And this has got to be Permitta's ticket back in. If they choke this round, then they've got some serious problems. The util's brilliant, though. And yeah, Quez and Mista aren't even going to entertain it. They'll fall right away from that. They'll let them have it. And a better round from Permitta. Finally showing us some teeth here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's about time. And you know, it's not too bad for Permitta just yet. It's only 5 rounds for Espionage, so this is still not a half victory by any means for Espionage. So if Permitta can keep up the pace, which admittedly isn't going to be an easy affair, Permitta could end up inching it out in terms of the half round victory. So we'll see. And I think the worst thing for Espionage right now, despite the fact that they're
Faraz, my friend, are you here? Oh, man. I've lost him in Discord, but I don't know if you can hear him on stream. I'm just going to assume he would have finished talking by now. Hopefully we're not talking over each other. Mister. Down in water. Stuff into the side. That's beautiful from Beanox. Mr. Iceberg following up. The trades are good. Finally, the site top balls. A mask on rotation duty. Will hit the shot all day long. No trouble. On to Cabby. Lucky left alone. Nothing he can do about this. He does have to fall away. And yeah, things keep going in the right direction here for Permitta. So a second on the board. Oh, are you back? Okay, cool. Ah. Okay, I was apprehensive to talk because I didn't want to be like talking over you on stream. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure what was going on. Alrighty. Well, Permitta took a second round. Espionage on an eco, so this is where things could definitely start to tie up. Run boost from Lucky. It's criminal. He doesn't quite hit the second, but Iceberg's there to follow up. This is a round where they're ecoing around the saved AWP. And they've crunched in and taken the man advantage. Even got an AK out of it in the process. That is ridiculous. And the initiative and the balls to say, you know what, screw it. Run boost me into Monster. And to still get out of it alive with a kill to your name is unbelievable from Lucky.
I'm a little surprised that the AWP hasn't been given to anyone else just yet. Because he does have very little HP, but then again, maybe the pistol's not great in his hands either, so. Good stuff from Lucky, though. Very nice stuff. Kill a piece for both Iceberg and Lucky does mean that Permitta Now have to try and play with disadvantageous numbers, and they're not even playing close to each other, so there's a very good chance that the 5-7s can not only overwhelm, but also recover a weapon in the process. Oh, Iceberg, though, his info's given up. Very little HP. Oh, ho, ho, all of a sudden, this could be a problem. Bombs out in the open. There's 2 AWPs now. This is such a disaster. Morals catches Mister. Still looking for Lucky on the bomb site, though. Not sure if he realizes that he's as close as he is. Oh, what a no-scope. Is he going to get a second one? He knows there's a player around the corner. But Veggie's just going to have to stick the bomb. Needs to plant in time. Quez doesn't have armor. This isn't going to be an easy duel by any means, but at least it's a 1 versus 1.
A lot on his shoulders here to try and recover this round. I mean, it's one that they can shrug their shoulders and let slip. Bear in mind it was an eco, but they've done some hard work. And he'd love to bring it his team's way, but Veggie denies it. Tagged down to just a slither of health, but gets away with the round. Gets away with an AWP. And a third on the board for Permitter. Absolutely brilliant. Comes a little close for comfort, I'll be honest. I'm a little more impressed with Espionage than I am with Permitter in that one, but they do what was required. They stumble over the line. And Rifle's back in play here for the defense.
The fact that Permitta can get through that last round is honestly a bit of a godsend that Mistar positions himself the way he did and that he got wrapped around by one of the players. Espionage, gotta be careful now. Not too much to fall back on in terms of wallets. Oh, Cabby spots Beanox and quickly puts him out of his misery. That's a good Molotov, though. It kind of traps him in the corner. Not sure if it reaches him, but at least it disables him from the fight. Quez receives a flashbang to the face as Mass tries to get Exploratory around short. Veggie's already stuck in the corner. I'm not sure if he gets anything, though, because it's smoked out. Knows there's a player in Toxic, but it is a 3v3 on this B bomb site, which Morels did have the chance to bring down to just 2. There's a 4v1 now on the B bomb site. Nothing they could have done. They're just too slow on getting on the bomb site.
So, Permitter's little streak has really come off of the back of Espionage not having the weaponry. Now they're onto the rifles again. And it's back to winning ways. Economy broken for Permitter. Okay, AKs are out, but you've only got to look into it a little bit further. See that Master's on a Mac 10. Rails has only got a single flash. Veggie does actually have extra cash for more util, but he's only sticking with the smoke. Wants to keep that money for future endeavors. And it's a fast plane to beat. We're on the wrong side of the map, but look at this. It's chaos here over on the bomb site. Unlucky. What the hell was that?
Might have been a good couple of shots from Lucky, but Cabby still has work to do. 2 players to find, Morels and Mary, one of them being low. Oh, silent drop. Good movement. I have no idea if he's already in the bomb site. He's got a smoke, however. Might want to stick the bomb straight off the bat. Oh, he's going to completely stick it. I don't think they're going to know where he is. He's got some cover. But Morels is going to eventually find him. That was close from Cabby.
Yeah, that could have happened. That definitely could have gone his way. 6-4 permits. Really do close this gap, actually. What started off pretty commanding. It was a 5-0 lead. Might just close up to be an even half. We'll see. Not a lot of money here for the CTs. The economy's been very fragile for both sides. Finally masked back on a sniper. Chance to maybe do something with it. Oh my god. Look at this boost. The triple boost, and they might actually spot him if they go out the door. No, instead they're going up the ladder, and maybe they could be in a bit of trouble if they take Contact from Con. Yeah, they don't want to overstay this. They are very, very committed. No, they're doing it again. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Man,
they're
the problem
super
is
committed here.
the problem is that that does kind of leave them exposed on A, and if this one connector player starts to go up, he could find so much information. This is great, though. Oh, he starts spotting ahead, but Cabby can't actually shoot at that because if he moves his mouse, he's going to fall off the boost. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's starting to pick them off. They know that there's some kind of boost. There's some nasty surprise waiting for them, but that also means that the ace site is going to be... Oh, ho, ho! Mast, I love that! Catches him in reverse. Preemptively aims it with the op, and Morels is going to shut down Lucky as well, who's trying to come down the connector. A 3-on-3. The boost might have paid off for the first kill, but it won't be paying dividends in the long run.
I think the problem is with boosts like that, and it's basically the same reason why I don't like the 5-man boost from the T-Spawn as well, is it's great for finding an opening pick, right? Like, fantastic. But
and then
the
what?
second that it's clocked, yeah, exactly. The second that it's clocked, it's so easy to counter. For Permitter, right? One of them dies. And if you're playing low-level Counter-Strike, like, you might... The comms might get messy. You might be scratching your head. Where the hell did I die from, right? But as soon as you come out on B and you die from nowhere, you say, oh, they're doing the boost, right? And instantly you can just pop a high flash, waltz into the B-bomb site, and the round's yours without contention.
It's also a bit greedy, right, from Espionage. The fact that they get the first kill and then he doesn't drop off the boost, just sticks around. Like, at that point, you instantly have to scramble. Like, that's the best case scenario for the boost. You get the first kill, and the 5 seconds that communication happens, you've already gotten into new positions.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're already starting the rotation, right? Yeah, it just felt a little bit slow. A little bit half-assed. Aggression from Iceberg at least pays off for Beanox. He will go untraded as well.
What a mini comeback from Permitta, honestly. It was, what, 6-1 for Espionage? Or was it 5-1?
It was 5-0, and then I think it went 6-1, yeah. So yeah, this has been a brilliant recovery. Even if they can't take this 12th round, this is good, especially considering they're on their T side, right?
There it comes. An attempt at... Oh my god. Before an attempt is made, you see the scoreboard, you see the kill feed, Cabby's already gotten 2, and all of a sudden, any distractions that could have been created on the A-bomb site... Yeah. Just too little, too late.
Yeah, it's rough. Overcomplicating things a little bit, and as the smoke fades, you're left to feel like fools staring each other down. But the time has already expired. There's nothing you can do about it. Pistol round. Worth a fair bit here for either side. As I said before, Permitter are going to be rubbing their hands together, feeling comfortable on the defense of their own map pick. The second most CT-sided map in the pool as well. We've had number 1 and number 2 so far in this series. Nuke really proved itself. As the CT, the defender's turf. No Julies this time around for Espionage. It's Glocks all round. On the other side, it's Morels to wield the cowboy pistols. A bit of a crossfire here in connector. Quez might walk right into this.
It's not a perfect crossfire, though. It can allow them to isolate, and that's exactly what happens. Quez and Cabby, they're able to isolate one duel after the other within the span of 2.5 seconds. With 2 men down, they've only got 3 to go, and Mister has also picked up the cowboy guns you were talking about. Oh, nice peek out, but he can't get anything more than just the one. I love that. I love that clearance. They're being so damn careful. Checking every single corner, not surprised by anything. And Mast, okay, he could actually do something big here. He spots the shadow, but Cabby eventually puts him down. Whew. Gets a little dangerous there.
Yeah, it does. Not a bad attempt, right? I mean, Mary's done well to find one, but just bites off more than he can shoot. Mast just looked unbelievably crisp for those first 2. If he gets a little lucky, perhaps lands a third. And all of a sudden, things get interesting. 8-5, though, Permitter. No real justification for going for a force buy here, so it is going to be a full eco. All stacked up over towards the A-bomb site. Try not to die to that MAC-10. That's really the goal here. Try and do some damage. If you can't do damage, don't get farmed by the SMG. And that's not going to be a prospect they have to face, because he's taken care of straight away. Crisp from Lucky, though. Oh my god, very crisp from Lucky.
Yeah, it's all about making sure you die to the rifle and not the Mac, so... Good stuff from them, honestly. Like, I know they only get a singular kill, but they've spoiled the potential of maybe farming, like, $1,500 on the other side, so that's pretty good.
Absolutely. 9-5 then. Rifles out for the CT side, and actually, in terms of the firepower, they're slightly better off. 3 Galils still in the midst here for the T's, but they've got a healthy belt of utility on every man. They've got a nice little reserve bank as well to fall back on hard times. That's if hard times hit.
Oh, Mister misses the first 2 shots. Are they going to check for the toxic player, though? Yes, they will. Eventually brought down to just the 2 players on the CT side. That is too quick of an execution on the B site. Not much of a fighting, not much of a fighting force from the CTs. Espionage already comfortable with the 10th now. Permitta, they're also going to have to save because they have no money coming up. Starting to look a little bit dire now. With the 10th round under their belt and potentially the money for Permitta being destroyed, there's a very good chance that Espionage can just take it over the finish line. You know, they were probably kicking themselves for picking Nuke against Permitta. But at least they've bounced back.
Yeah, double digits it'll be, 10-5. Still a long way to go, but close enough that Permitta could certainly make this happen. The lack of money here is just going to be a little problematic. Will have to be an eco. They've got the max loss bonus, but they can't be spending too much into this CT side. Those weapons just that little more expensive. So yeah, a couple of upgraded pistols, but for the most part, everyone saves their pennies. Should be a comfortable 11th for Espionage. I don't want to speak too soon. Still starts to work his way forward. Asked? Oh my goodness. Not like this. Surely not.
No.
No way! No
I
way!
cannot
He's
believe...
so crisp with it! Oh my god. What an unbelievable round.
So that's how it's going to be, huh?
Yeah. That sets a real precedent. Look at that from there.
He's so calm with it, just slowly tapping them one by one.
Yeah. It's so tempting to just spam, to get a bit trigger happy in those situations, but His teammates are the bait. It means that the attention's drawn away from him, and he can just stay cool, calm, composed, tap the heads. He's playing aimbots. That is a horrible round for Espionage to lose. And if they end up losing the follow-up here off the back of it, and we see this scoreline close up, they are going to be kicking themselves.
Yeah, in that kind of situation, you just look at every single round you lost that was basically BS for you, and you get real frustrated. Here it comes, Iceberg. Oh my goodness, how the hell does he get 2 through the flames? And Mary is trying to keep things honest, but honesty is not something that spies are known for. Lucky brings it down to just the 1. And Mast, I'm sure he wants to put that AWP in his back pocket and run off.
Okay, well, doesn't look like anyone's going to be close enough to hunt him down. He will get out of this alive by the looks of things, but yeah, not the kind of hopes and dreams that I think Permitter were hoping for after that absolutely wild round in the last. But yeah, at least he's got a little bit to work with here in this follow-up. And they've got cash, so they can buy the rifles around this sniper and fight back here in this follow-up.
It would have honestly sucked for Espionage if Permitta were able to build off the back of that round. But it was some really good entry work from Iceberg to make sure that that doesn't happen. I'm not sure if there is a tactical timeout graphic and my eyes just can't find it. Like, I was desperately trying to look for it, okay?
I can't see it. It's not just you, don't worry.
Okay. Good.
Okay. AK's all round on the other side. It's rifles and that AWP on Mars. Lucky once again not wanting this sniper because he's farming without it. 21-7. Missed his turn though to maybe find some frags. Almost a double. Only the one as Beanox trades it, but Quez is there to bite right back. And a 4v3 very, very quickly into the round. What, 15, 18 seconds maybe? We see 3 casualties in the blink of an eye. Things start to stagnate. Things slow down. Everybody taps on the brakes. It's an important round, especially for Permitter. Oh, what a shot from Cali.
Oh.
Morales is just way too far out in the open there, just caught in the cross.
Honestly, not looking like a very hard game for Espionage. For the most part, they've not really been doing anything super complex. They've been winning out aim duels consistently, and they've just been getting entries left and right. It's going to be too long before this one is wrapped up and Espionage get to a 12th. Question is whether or not Permitter are going to be able to get a mini comeback going once they are up against the wall. It's interesting that Permitta were able to go for a little mini comeback in the first half, but then when they're on the advantageous side, they're actually getting punished way more.
Yeah, it is surprising. But I think this one might be the beginning of the end here for Permitter. Again, Espionage, despite having plenty of cash to justify it, They don't press further forward to get rid of those rifles. So it is going to be 12-6. It needs to be 6 rounds in a row for Permitted to take us to overtime. Just not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all after what we saw on Nuke. But I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised. It's nice to see Espionage back to their true selves. Lucky. You know, we were talking about the fact that he ended that first map with 5 frags. We were saying that's super uncharacteristic for him.
I think he's more than made up for it. He's sitting on a 3 KDR right now. He is absolutely farming Permitta at the moment.
Oh man, he's crazy.
Getting ready for a boost up. If they try and get close to the door, oh. Mary gave off the sound cue. They know they just got off the boost. Getting ready for a second boost now. Mr. Here's all. And can provide cautionary tales to his teammates. It is a very slow approach to the round, however, and because of the fact that there's only a minute on the clock and there's no information as to what the CTs are doing on Playground, it'll be very hard to actually bounce back from this, because just look at the positions of the CTs, right? They've got 3 players at the ready, and one of them is in Playground deep just to make sure that nobody comes through A. So all the info in the world belongs to the CTs right now, and not sure if there's much Espionage can do in the face of this.
Icebergs walked right into him, but doesn't pull
way.
the trigger quick enough. And Veggie's MP9 is the savior once again. Lucky.
What?
The rotator. Veggie with another. I don't know how he keeps doing it, but eventually their luck runs out. And it will be 13-6. Not bad at all for Espionage, as they will take their opponent's map pick. And we go back and forth here in the series.
I can't believe that they have a player pushed into Playground. They have all the info in the world. They have every single piece that they need to win. And Espionage are like, we don't care. They just push through a smoke. Yeah. Double kills. No fight back whatsoever. I mean, the MP9 player lingered around for quite a while. Don't get me wrong, right? That was a good effort. But there's no way you break into a bomb site in the last 30 seconds when you're smoked off and there's 4 players waiting for you on the other end. That is just unforgivable.
Yeah, absolutely wild stuff. But it's going to take us to a third and final map. So, to be honest, it's maybe a bit of a blessing. We're going to go to a short break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with our third and final map of this series to determine a winner between these two sides. So don't go too far. We'll be back with the action very, very shortly.
Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all, Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the third and final map of Permita versus Espionage, and it has been a tough day for both teams, one map each, right? We've seen Espionage struggle on the first map, we have seen Permita struggle heavily on the second, and honestly, man, I have no idea where this third one's gonna go. If I had to lean a little bit, I would probably say that Espionage have probably gotten their mojo back.
Yes, I think so. I think, obviously, Nuke, I would expect to be a bit of a confidence knocker. That actually didn't end up being the case at all. They really just played amazing Counter-Strike on Overpass. And, yeah, I'm expecting...
Oh, here it comes.
My allergies are really bad.
That was the most cartoony, comical sneeze ever. It was like as if you were acting a sneeze and not sneezing.
I can't do it like on command, but I can do a really good Donald Duck sneeze as well. You know. Really
okay. When you feel it coming, let us know.
All right, I will. But yeah. As you say, like they're not going to be feeling how they were at the end of Nuke. They're going to be feeling good again, I think. Yeah,
for sure. I think Espionage, they should have their mojo back as soon as my camera gets its refocus back. There we go. Yeah. Espionage, I think they should be good for it. I wouldn't be too surprised if they can inch it out over Permita in the final map. And it is Ancient, you know. I do have a little bit more... I do think that Ancient has a little bit more predictability when it comes to teams. I don't think it's as chaotic of a map as Overpass. I don't think it's chaotic as chaotic as Nuke. I do think that oftentimes Ancient is like the new Mirage when it comes to deciders.
Yes, yeah, I feel that. It's actually, it seems very strange to compare the two maps because they look very different, right?
Yeah.
But actually, when you break it down into sort of game theory, the maps are actually very, very similar and play out in a very sort of similar dynamic. So yeah, it does sort of make a lot of sense. And you're finding a lot of teams nowadays that are just super, super confident with Ancient. For certain teams, I mean, I've been doing a lot of work with Copenhagen Wolves recently, right? And that was literally the first map, when the team got together, that was the first map they learned. I was like, okay, we're putting all of our time into Ancient. That's going to be the first map that we perfect, and then we'll move on to the next map in the pool. And I think that that's something that, like, yeah, just in recent games and stuff, I've had loads and loads of Ancient games come up. So yeah, it is something that I think teams are like finally really, really warming to.
Yeah, I think they've been warming up to it for quite a while now, and it's actually very surprising that Ancient is probably one of the most quickly adopted maps. Like, yes, when the updates hadn't come through, when it was super one-sided, it wasn't the case, right? But like the current iteration of Ancient, it caught on so quickly. It's almost like it's almost preferred over maps like Mirage and Pugs these days. Like when I play Face It, oftentimes, like, yeah, if you look at the totality of stats, right? If you look at Face It and you're like, oh, the Mirage is being played more often, well, you're probably looking at all matches across all ranks, right? But like if you're playing like, let's say level 10 something, you're probably going to have a lot more players being like, oh no, let's play Ancient instead. You know, we've played Mirage forever, might as well get some practice on Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. So yeah, I'm really not sure which way this one's going to lean, to be perfectly honest. I think, obviously, Overpass was a complete surprise. I often lean into momentum when it comes to Counter-Strike, and I think that it's a really, really big factor, but that didn't seem to be the case going into map number 2. So, yeah, you've got 10 minutes between the maps, right? And in those 10 minutes, you've got to do your absolute best to, especially as an IGL, as a coach, to sort of hype up the team and say, right, we need to come into this with positive mental attitude. We proved in the first map that we're very, very capable of beating them. And yeah, let's just try and sort of give it our best. And I think that's what's going to be the kind of feeling in the Permita camp right now. But yeah, I really, really could not guess which way this is going to lean. These guys both play Ancient. They both have decent win rates on it. So yeah, this one really is going to be a coin flip for me.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure about how much of the previous results of Permita even matter on Ancient, right? Because, like, realistically speaking, they haven't actually gotten much of a chance to play Ancient with the current lineup. I think they only played it twice. And Espionage, on the other hand, you know, all of their matches have been with their current lineup. No changes, no whatsoever, no nothing. So I'm actually leaning towards the side of Espionage, and then Lucky's AWP finally being brought back, being thrown into the mix. I think it is going to be a big factor, and we're going to be going live very, very soon with the third and final map. Now, it's not too high stakes just yet because these are the opening matches, but nobody wants to be the first one to go 0-1.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You got to get off the ground running, and yeah, it's a big map. It's a big map. Okay. Are we going to see the knife round, or have? No, we're not. Alrighty. So pistol round underway.
A bit slow. Morels gets tagged up, but both teams still having all of their players intact.
Okay, out on the A-bomb side, Veggie's got a lot of space, and they are aware that obviously the kill leader remains, so they can just proceed with caution, but not worry about it now. But they're actually not pulled the rotations off of the B site, so this could go either way here.
Ooh, Iceberg dodges a flash. Knows where the bomb is being planted. Knows that a player from the site is going to have to cross over towards the left, so he's going to preemptively get into position. Knows that Mast is close to him. Finds one. Gets the second headshot too. And the final member that they have to find doesn't even have much HP to work with. Surely they're going to expect someone to come through the back lines, and the bomb is not planted for him. They know where he is. All they've got to do now is stick the bomb, waste some time. Mary's going to start getting desperate. Looking for the first, and he's going to try. Oh my goodness, with barely a second to go, Mary is allowed to bring his team back into the pistol round.
The fact that he stays composed there as well, and actually like doesn't spam into the back or anything like that, just there with the head. And we can see the timer, right? Fraction of a second to spare. That is
Nah, he's not worried. He's not worried at all.
He's cool as a cucumber.
There was such controlled aggression in that final shot. Slows himself down. He probably saw a lot more frames than we did. Permita getting ready for mid-presence early on, but the play from the CTs is to simply barrel it down ramp. Oh, here they come. Iceberg, pot shots with P250. No dividends paid. It's going to be an easy-peasy round for Permita. Very clean and very quick. Round 3. Weapons being brought out by the CTs. Early control of mid already being established with actually quite barren resources. They didn't really go for the full molly and stuff. Setup. Oh. Re-aggressing through the smoke. Beautiful work by Permita. The flashbang catching Mr. off guard. And they're not even going to commit to the full re-aggression, right? They get the kill and then they just back off. They want these espionage players to start dispersing. Repositioning across the map. Veggie's going to still be sticking around, making sure that they keep using utility around middle. They've got heaven control, they've got mid control. And the CTs, they're feeling a little claustrophobic right now as they have to stay put on their bomb sites. Mid is no man's land. Cabby. 2 kills for him. Boost pays off incredibly well. But it still somehow turns into the 1-on-2. Iceberg, gonna try and go for it. Mast on half HP. The one saving grace for Iceberg is that both players can potentially be taken out with 1 headshot. Mast falls, looking for the second. And at least he knows where the final player is, but he's still gonna have to be careful. Doesn't have a kit to his name. He does just bait it out. Mary jump spotting. This is so well played, but he doesn't even need to play the full timer. Mary finds Iceberg, and that is the 3rd round in a row for Permita. Espionage struggling a little bit now. What a shot from Master. What a shot. Mid-control being taken up by the CTs now. And although they have shown mid-control and the Ts don't have full information just yet, it will most likely be re-aggressed by the Ts. Smoke's still up, so it does buy Espionage a little bit of time to reposition. They can feign presence on mid for now, but not for long. Morels waiting for the smoke to fade. Cabby has snuck himself into the little corner. I'm not sure what kind of vision he's even going to be able to get, because as the smoke fades, oh, they're expecting it. Morels is picked off still. And it comes down to the 4-on-4, which is quickly taken aback by Veggie. Slow traversal through Cheetah as they start taking control of B, but they still do need to get past 2. Both Lucky and Quez wielding pistols as they await the inevitable storm. Man, they're just gonna get attacked from all angles now. It would have to be a masterful display of positioning if they want to get it done. Lucky, here it comes. 5-7 starts to rip off a singular head, actually, and it's just Mister that gets the kill. Not alive for long anyway, as Permita get their 4th. And if you're wondering why you haven't heard Josh in a while, it's because I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like his computer might have crashed. He just sent me a picture of a blue screen, so okay. I think we have a decent idea of what's going on. Shouldn't be too long before he joins. But with how quickly Permita chaining round after round, I wouldn't be surprised if it's over by the time he's back. Cabby pushes past the molly. This is actually a very big chunk of control they've already gotten into ramp, which does allow them to focus their efforts a little bit more on middle, as they need fewer resources to hold this line down. And with the smoke and a re-smoke available, they can simply leave one player alone here. Actually, I don't think there's a second smoke available for the player that's watching the door, so has to back off soon. Molotov jiggle peek on middle. Soon as a player is spotted, flames are going to come barreling through. No, Vinox though, he's beaten the Molotov, but the flash is good. Mister is able to get 2 and maybe put a 3rd on top. No, it's not going to happen. But at least Iceberg is able to keep things clean. And Espionage, they might just be stumbling upon their 1st round. There it is. Good stuff from Espionage, and I'm really glad that the round they've won is one where they keep enough weapons alive, because you don't want them to instantly go back into an economic deficit. Weapons, of course, being brought out by Permita. Utility not really bursting at the seams or anything, but it is quite potent. Mast also fully stacked with the utils. Smokes are something that they are going to miss, but most of the action will take place on A, so it's more going to be about the post plant if it gets to it. Might be a much faster play this time around. They've only got one prong all the way over towards B, and the AWP is slowly creeping forward to try and find the first shot. Mast, he's just holding down the line. Flash is great. Mary finds one, but he can't continue to push the action for the second. The smoke also disallows Mister from getting a clear angle, but he is going to try and push through. Flashbang is good, and I cannot believe he gets that with no vision whatsoever. Permita, now with no bomb plant, they're in such an awkward position. Bomb's in the middle of nowhere, but Morels, I didn't even see you there! How the hell is he behind them? Ninja-like stuff from him to bring it on to the 1v2, as Mistra will fall as the third. Cabby, now rotating in from Red Room. He's got an AK and a lot of work to do. Morels doesn't quite have the HP. If he can get the timing, he can deny the bomb once again. 15 seconds, and all Cabby needs to do now is make sure that this Opper doesn't have the comfort of planting. But look at this. Masty's going to peek straight into him, but Cabby denies. Despite such a strong round from Morels, it will still go the way of Espionage. That has got to hurt.
Yeah, I'm very, very surprised that Mast actually commits to that. I think he thought that Cabby was a little closer to the corner than he was. Morels really brought that into a winnable situation. In fact, a very favorable situation at that. But very well played from Cabby, very well played indeed. And Espionage right back in the picture.
And the money situation for Permita actually lets Espionage get a little bit more comfortable as well. They also get to build up their own economy. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see the scoreline being tied up very soon. They do still have to get past at least one gun round before that is going to be the case. Molly and nade combo into ramp isn't going to allow them to push further. But surprisingly enough, they've still slipped past. Player already fallen. B-Knock's quite low. It is still a bomb plant, so that's nothing to scoff at, but winning the round might be a bit ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Tech9 getting the bomb down here is nothing to grumble at all. But yeah, the thing is with the B-bomb site here on Ancient, I always find it's very easy to get onto, but it's also a bit of a double-edged sword because it's then very easy to defend when you've got that bomb planted, right? There's not a lot of cover. There's not a lot of good post-plant positions. Like, when you compare it to the A-bomb sub, you've got a lot of boxes you can tuck yourself behind. You've got a lot of good places that give you a sight line onto the C4. Like, your options are basically push into long and try and take the CT control, or playing cave where you don't have a sight line on the bomb, right? And you've got to rely on fighting your way out or the spam through the woods. So, yeah, they've done well there to get the plant out of it, but I don't think they were expecting too much more. Now the rifles are out, and they really do need to find more.
I think B-Knox might want to push through the smoke. Flashbang is good, but the aim is not. 1 for 1. But Quez will eventually fall and tip the scales in the favor of Permita. Espionage getting ready for the preemptive retake before the bomb even goes down. Mass, though, pushes with a flash. That's a two-piece, nearly, but Iceberg stops him. The only one with HP right now is Lucky on the side of the CTs, so he's got to do the heavy lifting. But smoke means that they might want to tuck their tails and back off. Iceberg, a kill collected. And he's just praying with both hands up that he gets a second kill as he's running away, but nothing really delivers. Permitta, bit of a shaky round as far as the entries are concerned, but it does culminate into a round win.
Tough one in the last two. Just getting that round on the board is the most important thing, right? Keeping 2 AKs at the end of it as well means that they will be able to pull out a decent buy into this next. We won't be seeing an AWP yet or Masked, but that's fine. They seem to be doing just okay without it. And that little streak of 3 from Espionage is short-lived, but they do have cash again. They've got those rifles. They saved 2 in the last. They've got plenty to work with here. They could definitely bite back and close this gap further. This is finally, though, a half that's going a little back and forth, right? The recurring theme in both maps was Permitta taking a super commanding lead to kick things off on Nuke. Then Espionage did the same on Overpass. This is kind of the first time that we've seen a little bit of back and forth between these two teams.
Oh. Good work from Lucky. Enough time being bought by Iceberg for him to be able to make some work happen. Lights, though, will cast a shadow, and Mary will fall along with his teammate. Just a singular AK are being brought out by Mast. Everybody else on P250s. Very interested in seeing how this AK setup is going to play out. Cabby. Just try and get info, but nobody's exposing themselves just yet. Ooh. Good shot from Mast. That AK being put to good use.
I like his craft, by the way. I replicate that. I have one of those myself now. It's so cool. Oh. Right. Not quite connecting the head down on the B ramp. Lucky, just patient posted here in Temple. Mr. Qwerty boy here, we'll see. It gets a little bit scrappy, and obviously we'll lose out. Man advantage here for Permitta.
Iceberg, he's got to find the timing. No, he prioritizes the wrong player. Quez and Lucky. Now in a 2-on-3. And they're far enough where... Oh, I say 2-on-3. It's actually a 2-on-4. Man, the graphic gets me every single time when somebody's low HP. They're just going to want to back off. They know that they don't really have much footing here. I think the saving grace here is that they have enough money to be able to buy up in the next one if they save both the AK and the AWP, and that's why Permitta are actually looking for them. They have a decent finger on the pulse when it comes to the economy of the CTs, so I'm going to try and make sure it's as hard as possible for them to buy up in the next. Should be no worries here for Espionage to save these weapons, and Quez and Cabby, it's all about being able to drop now. Lots of early molly usage. Cabby always being the cave player that always tries to put attention towards himself. But a basic 3-2 setup here. From the T side, it's just Mary who wants to poke around A. Default player on middle. Ooh, good shot from B-Nogs. Gets the second as well. And both players have now been punished. There's just one man remaining to try and hold down the site. It's Cabby, who's rotated in from cave, and he's also taken some damage. At least he's gotten the first one, though. He wants to slowly start backing off. This waiting game from Permita actually allows Cabby to get a little bit more comfortable in terms of his position as well. And since the A players have found the player. Morals. Oh. No way. No way. He just went all the way into the site. Cabby doesn't find him. And he might have found a headshot on a player crossing over, but it somehow comes down to the 2v1. 6-5 as Espionage. They miraculously inch back into it.
This is... I don't want to say this has been a good recovery. This has been super back and forth, right? It's been one round each for the last 5. Espionage looking to tie things up at 6 apiece. It'd be the first time today we will have seen it. And got a good opportunity of doing so as well. Only a Tech 9, a Mac 10, 3 AKs in hand for Permita. The mid presence seems to be on the menu.
Ooh. Cabby's very consistently been getting aggressive in cave, and he's been very successful at it. Problem is that his teammates haven't been able to stay alive for long enough for him to truly have that impact. And if you look at the kill distribution on the CT side, we've got 2 players that are, or rather 3 players that have a 1.5 KD or something along those lines, but then we also have 2 players that are going very negative, you know? Quez is going 1-7, so a huge disparity in how the players are playing. Two men down, though, for Permita certainly means that Espionage have a much better shot at ending this half in a tie. They are going to have to play the T side after this, however. Certainly makes things interesting. Maybe some middle aggression. Ooh, Mr. Finds B-Nox individually. Lucky finding that final shot. And that should be the closer as far as the first half is considered. 6-6, Espionage and Permita. I still have no idea how this one's going to play out. Especially now with the sides being switched up. You know, Cabby's had a really nice performance so far. Mister's been getting kills left and right. But if they're to thrive on the T side, Quez and Lucky really need to be turning up the heat now.
Well, they certainly will be. 6-6, and a lot to play for here. Pistol round worth a lot. It's worth absolutely everything to get some momentum going into this second half. Obviously, MR12, there's not a huge margin to let rounds slip. Mr. charging his way in. USP is rattling away. Only good for 1. The trades not quite there, and they're forced back by the smoke, so Espionage have got all the space to work with.
No, that donut player had to get his kill, because Morals now he can just make the make Cabby circle around, waste time. Lucky, however, in the meantime has already gotten 3. How the hell did that happen? I blink for a second, I see the kill feed populate, and that's 3 for Lucky individually on the bomb site. Damn, I wish we were looking at Lucky there.
It's just so unpredictable. Even our observer can't keep up with what Lucky's up to. His shenanigans win them the round, and 7-6 Espionage. My goodness. Big one to pick up. 2 Galils, an AK, 2 MAC-10s to work with going into this 14th. Obviously, Permitter just on a full eco. The only investment is a P250, and they're stacked up here on this B-bomb site. So Espionage should just be able to waltz into A, no real contention. Nice and easy. They'll probably send those MAC-10s out hunting.
Would probably be wise for Permitta to just keep sticking together. That is going to be the case.
Yeah, safety in numbers. 5 USPs rattling off at the same time. Probably has the same fire rate as a MAC-10, right?
Or alternatively, a slightly weaker M4.
I guess, yeah.
I mean, not the fire rate, but just like damage output, maybe.
So Mr. Hungry, same fate as his teammate. The MAC-10s have no success. And now these USPs can sort of justify pressing forward, trying to do a little bit more damage. Should be able to upgrade into a Galil. There it is. Mary will grab it just before that timer expires. So, not terrible. Definitely not terrible for Permitter, considering that was a full eco. They make it nice and expensive for Espionage. And now they come into this one with the rifles. Quez is still on a MAC-10. And there is a ticket back in here for the Polish squad.
Nade and Molly set up onto middle, but they're going to try to barrel through. Not happening with B-Nox on the case. Does not need his eyes fully open for this affair. Nade to try and pop the smoke, but Mast is already on this case. 2 players have already crept past into A, but Permitta, I do think they should be able to stop this. 4-on-2. As Mr. and Cabby are on for the clutch. This is going to be very difficult for them to do anything about. And with Morals already having found Mr., should be next to impossible. Cabby, he'd have to get the ace clutch to make it work. Waiting for them to come through. Oh, he's found the headshot, but Mast will quickly put this attempt to rest.
13 HP between them, though. That definitely could have happened. That would have been absolutely wild. But a big round. A really, really big round. Even though it comes a little close for comfort. Yeah, taking it their way, super important. Eight to 7. Espionage's money is not looking great. Obviously, they got the bomb plant. But yeah, I mean, they're coming into this with a bit of a scrappy investment. It's a really good opportunity for Permitter to not only tie up the scoreline, but actually take the lead here at a really, really integral point in the match.
Ooh, lucky. Nearly got his HP decimated by that nade, but Mast. That is good work from him.
Round going somewhat as expected as it stands. Veggie in from long doesn't want to overstep and lose his life. If he does so, could be the catalyst for Espionage to get back in this. A lot of damage dealt. There we go. One more bullet onto Lucky was needed. And he'll spray away and finish off Cabby too. So, scoreline tied up 8 apiece. No bomb plant there for Espionage. It means, seriously, no money. They got 1,900 from that round. They cannot buy into this with 2,400 in the next. They have to save every single penny they've got in the bank. And full ecos rarely merit rewards.
I think we did see one of the rounds be a full eco, like near full eco win, right?
Yes, yeah,
I'm not sure if it was in this game or the previous one.
I think it was on Nuke, wasn't it?
Who knows?
It was the 5-7 round.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I think there's a big difference between like an eco where you got a couple of 5.7s, couple of deagles versus just Glocks, right?
Yeah, Glocks, you don't even have that potential of popping off, right? You basically have to rely on the enemy to mess up.
Oh, there was the crazy veggie 5.7 play as well in Monster on Overpass. We've had a couple of them today. But yeah, flawless round, all 5 players
And
stay on the line.
surprisingly enough, right? Throughout this game, it's been back and forth. There's never been a moment where you would decisively say, hey, Espionage or Permita have the upper hand. Like, you simply couldn't say that. Enough back and forth for us to probably think that this is a game that is destined for overtime.
I think overtime would probably be the only thing to do this third and final map justice. Whether or not we end up there is another question. His rifle's out again here for Espionage. Morels, he's got nearly 7k in the bank, and he's still opting for that MP9. Trying to work out where he is on the map. Oh, he's getting quite aggressive towards Cave. So, yeah, utilizing it, trying to play it in its best possible position. Mary all by himself on the A site, and he might meet some resistance in just a moment. There is aggression on B-Ram, but, well, Cabby does get away with one. Surely this is traded. There it is. B-Nox pulls it back into a 4-on-4. So, yeah, not too bad. That gives Morels a chance to push and upgrade into that AK as well if he wants to, but for now he's keeping quiet. Mister's right on the other side of this box.
Oh my
wow.
goodness. When the hell did Morels get the drop on them? All B-Nox has to do is just jiggle this out as soon as he spots them. Just gotta drop him all. Yep, there's a shadow. Quickly smokes them off, but he does still need to find Quez, who will quickly pop out of the smoke and be successful in his endeavors of putting B-Nox down. Morels, however, quickly teams up with Mast.
What a round from him.
And Permita.
He actually spams through the smoke with that MP9, right? And then he fakes the runaway. So I think they hear him like running back and just assume that he's either left cave, or if he is going to be in there, he's going to be on that default angle. I think the last place they're expecting him to be is to have shift walked back into the left-hand corner. So yeah, just really, really smart stuff as always from the man. And double digits at such an important time. It's 10-8. There's no money here for Espionage. There should be 11 for Permita. And I was really commending them earlier on Nuke at their ability to just stay so cool, right? Stay so calm when they're drawing close to the finish line. And normally teams would kind of have some nerves set in and make some mistakes. They just didn't do that. And that could definitely be the case again here. Nice opening from Cabby, though.
He's gotten an opening, and now they might be a little bit distracted as the ace site is about to get contested. B-Nox quickly pushes forward, wants to make sure his teammate is not left high and dry, and there is no way he will be. Both players, 2 kills each. That leaves Cabby on an island, up against 4. Mary, sure, you might not count him as the 4th, because he is quite low on HP, but a standing player with an AK is just that. Still very potent. No bomb. And all he can do is try and maybe do some damage before he eventually falls. It's so hard to clear CT from this angle because there's such a wide number of off angles that you gotta clear. At least he's found the first. But now they know his position and they're gonna slowly start utiling him off.
Yeah, that Jules actually got him down to 11 HP as well. That bomb just firmly in enemy territory. And no way that it's recoverable. So 11-8, Permita drawing closer and closer to that magic number 13. Third and final map. That would do the series for them. In the world, 5 AKs. Up against the full rifle setup on the CT side as well. But they've got 2 AKs in the midst too. Just because they've saved them. They've been able to carry across rifles from previous rounds. Some of which aren't their own. Nades in.
Oh.
Ooh. Good.
Yeah, B-Nox gets into a bit of an uncomfortable duel, but he knows he can just back off because his teammate has won his end of the bargain. And that's just so much space being granted by Morels. Instead of backing off into cave, he instead takes the liberty to push even further into the spawn of the enemy. And although they might have gotten mid control, they've also severely limited their options at being able to reroute their efforts, because look at where the bomb is. He's going to get contested, and now the bomb is on no man's land. They've got to get past the final boss that is Morels before they can do anything. Lucky creeping past the molly. Mister, in the meantime, is trying to get some work done on middle, but he simply can't. Just the one. Iceberg. Ooh, Shadow betrays Veggie for long enough for him to drop. But unfortunately, that is just too much time and too much space being given up for Espionage to do anything.
So map and series point here for Permitter, and it's not just one of them, it's 4 of them. But this will probably be their easiest chance to close it. 2 Galils in the mix, and Quez, if he wants any util, he's got to do the same. So there we go, there's a third. No AWP here. Masked has got nearly max cash. He's got just shy of 15k in the bank, and he's still opting to stick with that AK-47. He's doing decent work with it. Veggie slowed down a little bit this map, which is surprising, but for everyone else, nice and consistent, putting up big numbers. Quez has been very absent from this series as a whole, and especially this third map. Lovely opening from Iceberg, but Mary bites back again with a double. Advantage, Gabby. Flash won't quite catch him. 3v3, B site right on the money.
Ooh, that's a very important kill for them. Morels, if he was allowed to linger there for too long, that would have been problematic. Cabby takes the liberty of going forward and making sure that he secures the kill, but it still comes down to the 1-on-2, and Mary, I'm sure he wants to go for it? No. Is he going for the save? Okay, yeah. I just realized his HP is like 16.
Huh. I think if he has some health on him, he goes for this. Just
oh
because,
yeah, for sure. Who the hell is not going for an ace clutch, dude? Like, if all you have to do is get a 1v2 to have an ace clutch, like, gotta go for it.
But yeah, definitely the smart move to rule this in. Bring that weapon into the next, even if there is plenty of cash in the bank. It's important not to take it for granted. Depletes very, very quickly. It's a real testament to what we've been seeing in MR12 and how expensive things can be, how quickly that money can really flip around. Needs some extra firepower to work with here for Espionage, though. The gap of 4 becomes 3. Rifles in play. Instead of 3 Galils, now only 2. We're certainly starting to build our way towards something a little bit better here. Good smoke.
Util starting to head over towards the B site, and so are the players. Surprisingly enough, they've not gotten a singular kill before they actually start getting control of the site, which unfortunately means that these teammates can just start spamming through and get 3 kills. None of the duels going the way of Espionage, and I hate to say it, but I think this might be the end of their run in this series. Ooh, good couple of kills actually, and this is suddenly salvageable even if it's not easy. Minute left on the clock. And Lucky's HP might be the only reason he hasn't gone for yet another duel. That and the smoke in the way. It really all comes down to whether or not Mr. can use Lucky's position to his advantage. Oh my god, how does Lucky survive that? Mr. needs to do everything. And Veggie has to be the person to stop it. 40 seconds to go. Mr. Nice pre-fire. Gets him. But it does come down to the 1v2. Mr. He doesn't have quite a bit of HP. And he's at least whittled it down to just the 1 player. I can't believe it goes from a 2v5 to a 1v1. But Masty's got to hit the shot. And he does. Permitta. It was an honest effort from the Espionage side. But they are going to end up taking the series and winning their opening match. 13-9 on that final score. And man, this was a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like Lucky was dodging bullets for half that round, right? eventually his luck was going to run out. But yeah, just really, really class stuff. And does that work? There we go. Oh, it's a bit much, isn't it? But yeah, just absolutely amazing. And massive props to not Espionage.
Permitter.
Massive props to Permitter. They played fantastic today.
Yeah, especially that first map, right? They were looking so dominant. And honestly, after on the second map, Espionage were able to get the win back in their sails for Overpass, I thought it might have been GG. I thought that they had gotten enough momentum to carry them through that third map, right? But that wasn't the case. Permitta were not dissuaded by just a good performance from Espionage on the second map, right? They still assured themselves that they were the same players that got that 13-3 on the first map, and they got it done. And you know what's surprising is that these teams basically traded map picks, right? Permitta, surprisingly enough, they won on Nuke, which is a map you wouldn't expect a relatively new roster to be able to come through on, and it was a super dominant victory. And when it comes down to one of the more puggy maps, when it comes down to Ancient, when it comes down to the Dust 2 of not Dust 2s, they got it done.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very, very good stuff. And just definitely towards, it wasn't even necessarily towards the second half, more towards like the final quarter of the game, let's call it. Permitta just took the reins, right? It's very, very back and forth throughout. And then in those sort of final 5 or 6 rounds, they just really showed us that they were the better team and deserving of the win today. So just a little sort of wrap up of our matches today. Bleed obviously taking that one 2-0 earlier on against 9. It was 2 relatively close maps, but ultimately Bleed were in control for the majority of it. And then, yeah, that series that we just watched unfold. Both teams taking each other's map picks with decently commanding scorelines. Then the final coming down to the wire. So an exciting day of Counter-Strike, and we got to cover 5 maps.
Yeah, and man, it actually kind of looked like that first game, Bleed versus 9, could have also gone the distance because it was a decent effort from 9. There were a couple times where it did kind of look like they were going to be able to come back into it, but it simply, unfortunately, wasn't the case. But we do get a chance to look at the overall scoreboard for Permitta versus Espionage. You can see the players that were shining, and I think even in the eye test they were shining. Morels, obviously, he had a monster performance, and Cabby, despite his efforts, despite being the leading fragger on the server and having an outstanding performance, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get enough done to lead his teammates to that victory.
Absolutely, and I hate to sort of put too much stress on him, but Quez just did not make the cut today, did he? 21 kills across 3 maps is poor. It's really, really poor. You're averaging 7 kills a game, which is just not going to cut it. For Masked, obviously 29, it's not a lights out performance, but you got to remember he's the one calling the shots, and he did have his moments where he made some big plays. So you can sort of let him off for today, but yeah, the stars that were shining, of course, Cabby for Espionage was fantastic. Lucky had Lucky wasn't there for the first map, was he? And then second map, he was unreal. He had a KD of like 3, and he was just fantastic. So yeah, I think his stats are almost a little bit skewed, a little bit let down by the fact that he didn't get much done on map 1. But nor did Cabby, to be honest. I think Cabby only had 8 or 9 kills on that first map as well. So decent performances from individuals, but yeah, from Espionage, just not enough today.
I'm looking at Lucky's performance, right? And it's kind of interesting that he had one really bad game, and then he had one, like, I would say mediocre game in Ancient, but then he also had a really monster performance in that second map, right? So he was kind of all over the place today. You generally expect him to be on the top on the overall scoreboard, but he wasn't. He simply had a really good performance on the second map, right? So I think that scoreboard is also a little bit skewed towards putting him on second place because he did have one performance that kind of made up for the rest. But that is going to be enough analysis from us. That is also going to be a wrap-up on the day. We've covered Bleed versus 9, and we've covered Permitta versus Espionage. So stay tuned. Stay tuned tomorrow. We'll be back same time. Well, actually not same time because some of the matches are rescheduled for a little bit earlier tomorrow. And we will have more of the opening matches coming your way. So thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
search is over. It's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.